Chapter 4260. Originally, Lei Gong thought that the Luai's true body was Lin Ling's final trump card, Lin Ling's strongest move in the future. But now, it seems like it wasn't enough to be proud of. No wonder Lin Ling didn't focus on the Luai's true body in his previous cultivation. Rumble. However, just when everyone thought that the Crown Prince had lost the ability to fight, a sudden tremor came from the void below. A blinding blood-red light shot up into the sky, emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. Within the red light, a figure slowly floated up. It didn't look fast, but in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone. Of course, this was the Crown Prince. However, he was no longer the same as before. His armor had turned completely red, and he had a pair of red wings on his back. These wings were extremely different. They were more like bat wings, and when they flapped gently, surging divine power spread out. This surge of divine energy gave off the feeling that it exceeded 1,000 strands. Could it be 1,200 strands of divine energy? No, I'm afraid it's 1,500 strands. Yes. A few divine generals who had been cultivating for a few years cried out in alarm. As for the trial takers of the four great gods, they shifted their horrified gazes from Lin Ling to the Crown Prince. 1,500 strands of divine energy. This was more than twice the amount of D.E. and the others. Although they already knew that the Crown Prince was very strong, they didn't know how strong he was until he revealed his true strength. As for the Crown Prince, he was already an extremely powerful existence before the 9 prefectures were sealed as gods. After the 9 prefectures were sealed as gods, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. It was said that in the divine realm, he even regained the memories of his previous life, and these were the memories of a mid-god. With such talent and origin, no one dared to disagree with him being ranked second among the Titanic Crescent gods. What a powerful divine fetus. He must have reached the 6th grade. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Crown Prince in shock. He didn't expect this person to be so strong. Not bad. Yes. The Crown Prince nodded and grinned. That Vajrapalm was indeed very ferocious. It made me dizzy. It's just dizziness and disorientation. That's all. If you, Crown Prince, had used your divine embryo earlier, that kind of power wouldn't have been able to harm you at all. Lin Ling also smiled. After the battle, he had a good impression of this Crown Prince. Because although this person was incomparably overbearing, he was not arrogant. From start to finish, he had regarded Lin Ling with great importance. Hee, at first, I thought you didn't have the qualifications to make me use the divine embryo. The Crown Prince shrugged. Then his eyes flickered. His body suddenly grew bigger and bigger, turning into a blood-colored giant with wings on his back. This giant was clad in thick and heavy armor. His arms and legs had turned into claws that emitted a merciless cold light. The wings on his back were even more exaggerated. They were incomparably large, and when they gently flapped, a terrifying astral wind mixed with the power of divinity spread out, causing a vortex to appear in the void. Those experts who were already very far away were blown by the astral wind, and had no choice but to retreat again. Lin Ling's body was also unstable, and he continued to retreat. He stared at the monster-like giant, and for some reason, a memory rose in his mind. A bat. That giant looked like a bat giant. Except for the head and the armor on his body, everything else was like a bat. The Immortal Blood God clan. I didn't expect that the Immortal Blood God clan that disappeared in the era of gods still had descendants. Yes. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said lightly. Yes. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to know my origin. However, I am not a descendant. I am the god of the Immortal Blood God clan. I have reincarnated for thousands of years, and now I have returned. Yes. At present, he was no longer the Crown Prince, but an expert in the era of gods. In terms of origin, he was actually not much weaker than the 4 great gods. This also meant that Lin Ling was fighting against the gods of the era of gods, and not a contemporary expert. The 4 great gods obviously already knew about this, so they reacted calmly. Instead, they stared at Lin Ling. Now that the crown prince had returned to the deity position, what about Lin Ling? Did he have a deity position? If he did not, he would obviously lose. The immortal blood god clan lives on the blood of heaven and earth. They are immortal and can be traced back to the ancient times. It is said that a bat heard the great Tao and transformed into a void spirit. Yes, Lin Ling said lightly. For some reason, the memory that rose in his mind seemed to be that the immortal blood god clan was very difficult to deal with. This was because they were generally immortal and could escape into the great Tao and disappear without a trace. The immortal blood god clan lives on blood. They drink the blood of mortals and even the blood of gods. He wondered if this crown prince had drunk the blood of gods in his previous life. It seems like you're very familiar with the immortal blood god clan. Could it be that you, Lin Ling, are also a reincarnated god? Show yourself. My crown prince is very curious. After all, you were so strong, so your previous life was definitely not as simple as a lower god. You must be a mid-god. At this moment, the crown prince said lightly. His words were also what everyone wanted to know the most. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting until now, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. His background was definitely not simple. Even Lei Gong's eyes were burning with curiosity. Before the 9 prefectures investiture of the gods, he had already guessed that Lin Ling's background was not simple. However, Lin Ling had failed in the investiture of the gods, and that had killed his thoughts. But now, those thoughts had floated out again. At this moment, the entire void was staring at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling's answer. In fact, Wang Guianhui and the others were secretly praying that Lin Ling's previous life was a lower god realm, and not a mid-god realm. Sorry, my previous life was not a lower god. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. You really were a mid-god. Hearing this, the crown prince's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Not a mid-god either. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Boom! As soon as this sentence fell, everyone's heart exploded. Not a lower god, not a mid-god. Could it be that Lin Ling was a mid-god in his previous life? At this moment, many people swallowed their saliva. It was too frightening. After all, no one had awakened a mid-god in their previous life, and Lin Ling was clearly the first. Of course, although this was unbelievable, the strength Lin Ling displayed made people feel that it was all true. Mid-god. Chapter 4261. High-level deity. High-level deity, you have the qualifications to fight against me. Now, let's see who has awakened more memories. Sigh. The crown prince loosened and clenched his claws, and the battle intent on his body boiled even more. You seem to be thinking too much. I'm not a high-level deity either. Sigh. However, just as he was about to fight fiercely, Lin Ling spoke again. Not a high-level deity? You, what do you mean? Sigh. The crown prince was stunned. Could it be that Lin Ling was an existence that surpassed a superior god? And what was an existence that surpassed the high-level deity? In fact, in my previous life, I wasn't a deity. Sigh. Lin Ling spoke again. Ah. Sigh. Hearing this, the crown prince opened his mouth wide. Lei Gong also opened his mouth wide. Those who were looking forward to it also opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling wasn't a deity, but he was so strong that he could even beat D you like a dog. This was a joke. However, when people stared at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling wasn't joking. Moreover, there was no divine light on his body from beginning to end. He really isn't a reincarnation of a deity. Sigh. Finally, someone spoke with difficulty. It seems so. Sigh. He's not a reincarnation of a deity, but his strength is heaven-defying. This Lin Ling is really a variable. Sigh. However, if he meets the crown prince, he can't win at all if he's not a reincarnation of a high-level deity. Sigh. Next, a flurry of discussion also floated out. Some were regretful, some were gloating, and some were quietly relieved. Sigh. Sigh. Lei Gong let out a long sigh. He also knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lie at such a time. So this meant that Lin Ling really wasn't a reincarnation of a deity. This also meant that when Lin Ling grew to the limit, he would still be weaker than the four great deities. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but if you're not a high-level deity, then you're not a match for me. The Crown Prince also shook his head regretfully and was a little angry. This was because he had hoped that Lin Ling was a medium god. This way, this battle would be more intense. However, Lin Ling had disappointed him. Forget it. Forcing me to use the god embryo is your limit. Next, I'll personally defeat you. After that, the Crown Prince didn't plan to delay any longer. His body moved, and although he looked like a giant, he possessed unimaginable speed. A pair of claws mixed with ferocious divine power clawed at Lin Ling. From afar, the Crown Prince looked like he was grabbing an ant. Rumble. His attack was also earth-shattering. It was the most powerful attack he had ever used in the competition. It was as if the entire void was about to shatter. Admit defeat. Lei Gong shook his head. He knew that the competition was finally over. He didn't want Lin Ling to get hurt, so he spoke up for Lin Ling. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other three gods and nodded at them. The other three gods were expressionless, but they nodded one after another, agreeing to the end of the competition. Boom! However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the front. Then, a terrifying force erupted. The Crown Prince's enormous claws were blocked by a fist. Moreover, that fist was only the size of an ordinary person's fist. At the moment of collision with the claw, an unstoppable force rushed out. Those who were weaker, even if they were far away, were so shocked that they spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if they were witnessing the battle of the gods in the past. What happened? This time, everyone looked over. The pupils of the four gods were also trembling as they stared at the scene. In the distant void, three rays of light bloomed. They were gold, white, and green. These rays of light enveloped a man. The man was wearing a blue robe. He maintained the posture of punching out, but he easily blocked the attack of the giant in front of him. At this moment, the man's appearance had become clear. Everything was exactly the same as Lin Ling's. Three divine embryos activated at the same time. Lei Gong instantly cried out in alarm. The Crown Prince's pupils also stared at the insignificant ant in front of him, feeling incredulous. This was because this Lin Ling had erupted with another trump card and blocked his powerful attack. One must know that his attack could even force a god to retreat. Who said that only a superior god can't fight you? At this moment, Lin Ling's hair was wildly dancing. The dual dragon god talent had disappeared. He had already used the second stage of the talent fusion. The second stage increased Lin Ling's power by 500,000 worlds and 1,500 strands of divinity. Now, his divine power was on par with the Crown Prince's, and the fusion of the three-tier 5 divine embryos had greatly surpassed the Crown Prince's. Coupled with his terrifying physical strength, he felt that the reincarnation of a common god was nothing more than this. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is fake. This is fake. The Crown Prince's gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, but he kept shaking his head. He didn't believe that a non-god reincarnation could fight him. Actually, they didn't believe it as well. After all, they'd survived the era of the gods, and they knew how terrifying the gods were all those years ago. It was utterly impossible for them to catch up to the gods of all those years ago by relying on their own strength. How could there be such a variable in this world? Xiao. However, Lin Ling ignored their disbelief. He had already shot towards the Crown Prince, the power in his body surging, giving him a domineering aura that seemed to dominate the world. His fist didn't seem to be as strong as the Crown Prince's, but it fiercely punched out, directly breaking through the void and creating a huge void passage. So what if you're a superior god? Accompanying Lin Ling's fist was Lin Ling's domineering voice. He had bitterly cultivated for 4,000 years. Although he wasn't the reincarnation of a god, he was confident that he could surpass the gods of the past. Seeing Lin Ling take the initiative to attack, the Crown Prince was shocked because he felt that after Lin Ling used his final trump card, He seemed to have become more confident, as if he was looking down on him. This also reminded him of what Lin Ling had said at the beginning. You are barely qualified to fight me. But this was a dream for the Crown Prince. He was a mid-level god, reincarnated. How could he be afraid of a rising star of the current generation, crossing fate underworld? Immediately, the Crown Prince also attacked, activating all his divinity. He wanted to see if Lin Ling was really that powerful. Boom! The huge palm and Lin Ling's fist collided again. A more terrifying force than before erupted, shocking everyone's eyes and causing pain in their eardrums. The void began to shatter like glass. But what was truly frightening was that the huge, immortal vampire god was sent flying by Lin Ling's punch and somersaulted in the air as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. The Crown Prince actually lost in a clash of strength. This change was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. If they didn't know that the Crown Prince didn't know Lin Ling, they would definitely think that the Crown Prince was going easy on Lin Ling. Chapter 4262. Lei Gong had always thought that only the reincarnation of a superior god could compete with the Crown Prince. However, Lin Ling used facts to tell him that even if he wasn't the reincarnation of a god, he could still defeat a medium god by himself. In fact, even the eyes of the other 3 gods flickered. This was because up until now, the top 2 experts of each god's trial takers all had powerful reincarnations, and Lin Ling was the only one who wasn't a reincarnated god. Does this guy have no limits? I thought he was already very powerful if he could defeat D.E. The Kirishin also spoke in a low voice, his voice filled with shock. Rumble. At this moment, a pair of golden-white wings grew out of Lin Ling's back. They were majestic, with golden flames on one side and white lightning on the other. With a sweep of the wings, the shattered void was blown into a huge vortex. Lin Ling turned into a gorgeous trajectory and pounced on the Crown Prince. Die! The Crown Prince's eyes were red. The huge bat wings behind him moved, and he chose the most direct and domineering way to clash with Lin Ling. After all, although he was the reincarnation of a medium god, he had only just regained his memories. He lacked the ability to use many of his techniques. However, even the simplest method, with his divine fetus and divine power, was enough to dominate the void of the 9 prefectures. 2 figures, 2 types of wings, clashed in front of countless gazes. Lin Ling's arm had turned golden. Upon closer inspection, there was actually the shadow of a Bodhi in his palm. It emitted a green light, as if he was holding a green gem. Boom! After the collision, the Crown Prince immediately sensed an unfathomable power surging towards him. This power was indestructible and ancient. Even with his 1,500 strands of divine power, he still felt that it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Upon closer inspection, a pair of fists collided in the void, creating a huge shock wave. However, what shocked everyone was that the power contained in the thin fist was not the slightest bit weaker than the fist of a giant. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind swept towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, it was a slender tail like a cat's tail. However, when it swept past, its power was terrifying. Bang! Lin Ling didn't even look to his side. His left hand clenched into a fist and punched out, sending the tail flying. Following that, Lin Ling circulated all the world essence in his body. In addition, his god force also surged into his right fist. Borrowing this powerful force, he forced the Crown Prince to retreat continuously. Wow! This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. No one would have thought that a tiny ant could push a giant. After all, their bodies were extremely asymmetrical. D.E. sensed that Lin Ling's strength was getting fiercer and fiercer as the fight went on. His expression changed drastically. Finally, he realized that he couldn't fight back and immediately retreated. 1,000 calamity, 10,000 destruction wave. Just as he floated back, he placed his hands in front of his mouth and suddenly spat out a purple sound wave. The sound wave continued to expand, as if it was going to envelop the entire void. As soon as the sound wave appeared, many people in the distance felt a splitting headache and groaned. Although this power has the God force, there seems to be another power within it. Moreover, it's a power that's beyond imagination. Among the four great gods, Kirishin couldn't help but be shocked. The current martial gods and gods all controlled the God force. However, De, a reincarnated mid-level god, had actually awakened a technique that surpassed the God force. God steps. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He instantly sensed that the purple sound wave was different. After all, he also had the God steps and had experienced many years of cultivation. Now, he was extremely powerful. Naturally, he was familiar with the Crown Prince's techniques. He obviously didn't expect De to be so powerful in his previous life. After all, De had just returned to his godhood. Just as Lin Ling was feeling shocked, circles of purple sound waves arrived. They were like ropes that tightly bound Lin Ling. Moreover, the power of the sound waves surged into Lin Ling's body. It was so domineering that it wanted to destroy everything. However, Lin Ling was now the fusion of three divine embryos. Although the human king's flame and the thunder Lokriel body didn't provide a strong physical body, the Vajra Bodhi could turn Lin Ling into a Vajra. The strength of his physical body was even more abnormal than the first fusion. Therefore, the power of the sound wave couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. Ling, seeing that Lin Ling was bound, De finally let out a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, Lin Ling, I admit that you're very powerful. Moreover, you're the second strongest trial tester. However, you're still not qualified to defeat me. Break for me. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's low voice came from the front. It was like the anger of a Vajra. Then, Lin Ling's body shone with a green light, causing his skin to emit a metallic luster. However, the luster was green. Then, Lin Ling's body trembled as he let out a low voice. A powerful force broke free from the purple sound waves outside his body. Then, with a boom, the sound waves that bound Lin Ling's body were all broken. This guy, seeing this domineering scene, even the Titanic Crescent god, let out a low roar. He was sure that Lin Ling's strength was in the top 10 among the four gods. It's broken. As for the Crown Prince, his eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what was happening before him. However, just at this moment, a gust of wind blew at his face. Upon closer inspection, it was a fist. Most importantly, this fist was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of his eyes. It contained a domineering, killing intent. I admit defeat. At this critical moment, the Crown Prince helplessly shouted. Crash! The fist finally stopped in front of his face. That ferocious wind caused his long hair to flutter. The Crown Prince smiled wryly. He had never thought that he would lose. He couldn't help but remember what Lin Ling had said before. He, the Crown Prince, was barely qualified to fight against him. But now it seemed that, after all, from the start of the battle until now, the Crown Prince had been suppressed and didn't have the upper hand at all. The Crown Prince's loss meant that Lin Ling's strength was now in the top 8 among the 40 challengers. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. After witnessing this fierce battle, the crowd completely approved of Lin Ling in their hearts. The four gods were silent. Only Lei Gong smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Ling's name had spread far and wide among them. No one dared to underestimate him. Lin Ling, you win. At this time, the Titanic Crescent god smiled, but his eyes had a trace of seriousness. This was because from the start, he didn't know who Lin Ling was and couldn't remember this rising star. But now, he completely remembered this name. His words also meant that he recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. The battle for the spots was finally over. Chapter 4263. Still want to fight? The four gods were stunned. Lin Ling still wanted to fight? He had already defeated several powerful experts. Why would he still want to fight? Could it be that he had not used his full strength before? Who do you want to fight? Juk God suddenly asked. I heard that the #1 challenger under Eugene, Luli Empress, is not only beautiful, but also very powerful. So I want to spar with her." Lin Ling continued with a smile. Luli Empress. Many people looked at Luli Empress. Some of them knew about the grudge between the Empress and Lin Ling. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling would take the initiative to challenge Luli Empress. If they remembered correctly, Lin Ling had been avoiding Luli Empress in the past. Luli Empress's eyes flashed. She was filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. She wanted to fight too. Although Lin Ling was very strong now, she was confident that she could defeat Lin Ling. However, that might not be the case in the future. Today is a battle for the slot. Let's stop before going too far. It won't be good for anyone if we go too far. Let's leave it at that. All right. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was Eugene, who had been silent all this time. She had obviously stopped the battle between Lin Ling and Luli Empress. This disappointed Lin Ling and Luli Empress because they felt that this was the best time to settle their grudge. However, since Eugene had spoken, no one could go against her unless they were stronger than Eugene. Lin Ling nodded and sighed inwardly. He knew that he had missed the opportunity. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had already surpassed the Glaze Empress. All he lacked was an opportunity to have a great battle. As for him, Lin Ling, as long as he had surpassed someone before, no one would be able to surpass him. Lin Ling had always been confident. "Eugene, what are you thinking?" Luli Empress was not satisfied. She was not as good as Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would surpass her sooner or later. However, this time, the person who spoke was her superior, so she chose to acquiesce. Since the 10 slots have been decided, let's end the battle. All right. At this time, Lei Gong said. Hearing Lei Gong's words, the Kirishin nodded and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he said, "Although the Spirit Nation has disappeared, I think they are still watching us. I think we should unify all the experts and use their strength to become gods. For example, the strongest 100 holy knights, the strongest 10 experts, and the strongest 10 experts. What do you think of the 10 great generals and the 8 most powerful new gods of this generation?" Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 continents, the void in the 9 continents was in chaos. The old experts were surpassed, and the new experts rose to prominence. It was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. However, if the experts were divided into ranks, then it would be clear this was the current investiture of the gods. "I agree." Juk God nodded. "I agree too." Eugene did the same. "Since everyone has agreed, then I have no objections." In the end, the Thunder God nodded as well. Next, the 4 gods began to discuss the identities of the 100 great paladins, the 10 great generals, and the 8 new gods. These people obviously had higher statuses, especially the 8 new gods. In fact, they were already the strongest people below the gods. And these 8 new gods were the strongest 8 out of the 40 trial challengers. They were experts like Luli Empress and Young Lin. Among them, Lin Ling was also one of the 8 new gods. Moreover, his ranking was not low among the 8. At least, he was stronger than the Crown Prince. The 8 new gods of the current era. When the people heard the names, they were inexplicably excited. They believed that in the future, these 8 new gods would definitely take over the position of the 4 gods and compete with the Spirit Nation. The 8 new gods of the current era, not bad names. Amongst the 8 strongest challengers, the corners of one of their mouths curled up to reveal a proud smile. This was because having such a title was a supreme honor. Thousands of years later, people in the 9 continents would remember them. This was also something that would go down in history forever. Therefore, the 8 of them were more or less excited. Of course, if there had to be an exception, it would be Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had met the pure Yang spiritual master. Therefore, he knew that these so-called 8 new gods were only titles given by themselves. They were not gods at all. Next, the crowd began to leave one after another. Lin Ling walked back to Lei Gong and followed the crowd. However, other than Young Lin, the others looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Lin Ling, congratulations. A moment later, someone finally reacted and smiled. He cupped his fists and bowed to Lin Ling as if he was trying to curry favor. This was because the current Lin Ling could represent half of the Leigong Hall. He was only second to young Lin. I was just lucky, Lin Ling replied lazily to these polite words, as if he did not care at all. Huh? Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent attitude, the person could only smile awkwardly. However, he did not dare to get angry because Lin Ling was so strong. Looking at the divine generals and the others in Leigong Hall, their eyes were also filled with complicated emotions. This was because not long ago, when Lin Ling came to Leigong Hall, they all thought that Lord Leigong was lenient and allowed Lin Ling to return. However, who knew that they were overthinking things? Lin Ling was still ridiculously strong and even more ferocious than before. With complicated emotions, they walked towards Lin Ling and greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling was much more polite to these divine generals and returned their greetings. Behind the crowd, only Sister Zhen did not greet Lin Ling. Now, her face was filled with malevolence, and her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. How did Lin Ling become so strong? How did Lin Ling surpass her after 100 years of bitter cultivation? She had a feeling that now that Lin Ling's status and strength had soared, he would definitely make a move on her in the future. Either you die or I live. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're so ruthless. You forced me to do this. Sister Zhen's eyes quietly flashed with murderous intent. One must know that when Lin Ling first came to Leigong Hall, she had a grudge with Lin Ling, which led to her wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. With Lin Ling's rise, her lesson had turned into a thick murderous intent. Lin Ling was unaware of all this. In fact, he had no time to pay attention to Sister Zhen. After all, to him, Sister Zhen was nothing more than an ant. Lin Ling, I heard that you've become one of the 8 new gods. Congratulations. I was injured previously and did not get to see those battles. Sigh, what a pity. Chapter 42:64. Yeah, it's all because I'm useless. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xianxia's eyes flashed with disappointment. But what's the point of obtaining a slot? I'm already a cripple. Even if I have a slot to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it's nothing more than a joke. At the very least, you're still alive. Perhaps you can break and rebuild. Perhaps the 8 gods' heavenly palace will be your place of rebirth. Lin Ling retracted his smile and said indifferently. His words caused Xianxia's body to tremble. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, but he soon realized that Lin Ling wasn't joking. Break and rebuild. After that, he kept thinking about Lin Ling's words, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his originally dispirited eyes. That's right. Even though he was crippled, he wasn't dead yet. There was still hope. Lin Ling, thank you. Thinking of this, Xianxia thanked Lin Ling gratefully. Thank you, Lord Leigong. Lin Ling smiled and walked side by side with Xianxia. This caused the people behind them to look at him with envy. They thought that Xianxia had managed to climb onto a thick thigh. After all, Lin Ling was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. You dogs, Scram, don't block the way. As they walked along the corridor, there were also people in front of them. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward with Xianxia, not slowing down in the slightest. Wang Guyanhui, the 7th prince, and the others had unknowingly appeared in front of them. When they heard the voice behind them, they didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Their bodies trembled with anger, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only brace themselves and move aside, allowing Lin Ling and Xianxia to walk side by side. A few pieces of trash. No matter how good your teeth are, you can't escape the fate of being beaten up by me. Lin Ling mocked as he walked past them. Teeth? Speaking of this, Wang Guyanhui and the others shuddered involuntarily. They had planned to change their teeth after leaving this place, but now they were hesitating. Just like that, Lin Ling led Saint Guy forward. Wherever they went, both divine generals and trial takers made way for them. The current generation's 8 great new gods were clearly not people they could afford to offend. Putting aside their status as people who stood above tens of thousands of people, Even their strength could easily suppress everyone. Lin Ling, I'm sorry I can't fight you. As Lin Ling and the others walked faster and faster, Luli Empress and the others finally appeared in front of them. Beside Luli Empress were 6 people. They were the strongest existences among the trial challengers, including the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Saint Guy immediately slowed down, not daring to step into the circle of the 8 new deities. I'm also very sorry. Lin Ling ignored them and continued to walk forward slowly. 7 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Other than the glazed Empress, the Crown Prince, and young Qilin, whose gazes were slightly different, everyone else's gazes were filled with battle intent. This was because they were the strongest amongst the challengers, and they also wanted to test Lin Ling's strength. Of course, other than the battle intent in their eyes, they didn't show any contempt or disdain. After all, Lin Ling had already received their acknowledgement. Next time, there will be a chance. Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling and said, I hope it won't be too long. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked ahead and strode forward, quickly leaping past the 7 people. This action caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Because Lin Ling was one of the 8 new deities, he should be walking with the 8 new deities. However, Lin Ling had leaped past them. Was Lin Ling trying to say that he was the leader of the 8 new deities? This Lin Ling is strong, but he's also very arrogant. Yeah, he doesn't want to be on the same level as us. I hope I have a chance to fight him in the future. You will. Seeing Lin Ling walk forward proudly, the 8 new deities smiled faintly, their voices filled with coldness and battle intent. At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the outside. He looked at the endless clouds in the distance and smiled. This time, he had finally taken back everything that had disappeared for 100 years. He had become a trial challenger again, and an 8-star one at that. Goodbye. Behind Lin Ling, the crowd walked out of the palace and said their goodbyes. Then, they separated and flew in different directions. Lin Ling, you're not bad. Unknowingly, your strength has reached such a level. The Kirishin walked towards Lin Ling and laughed. Beside him was Tsuhua, Xiaolun, and the others. Xiaolun looked at Lin Ling excitedly, then ignored the Kirishin and came to Lin Ling and bowed. Xiaolun greets Lord Lin Ling. Xiaolun's status on the Kirishin side was not to be underestimated. However, in front of Lin Ling, Xiaolun was still very respectful, as if she was Lin Ling's maid. After all, if it weren't for Lin Ling, she would have died in the mine. None of this would have happened. That's Xiaolun, right? I heard she's the will of the realm. I didn't expect her to know Lin Ling. Yes, and from the looks of it, she's very respectful to Lin Ling. Yes, the crowd was still leaving, but when they saw the scene in front of the palace, they were all jealous. Because of Xiaolun's status, the 4 gods didn't dare to touch her easily. Instead, they treated her like a princess. After all, Xiaolun was the will of the realm. In the future, the 4 gods might have to rely on her. Yet, she was so respectful to Lin Ling. Who wouldn't be envious? Get up. Yes. Lin Ling helped Xiaolun up. He saw that Xiaolun was doing well, so he was happy for her. Of course, he also quietly sensed that a powerful force was awakening in Xiaolun's body. It was millions of times stronger than before. Then, Lin Ling pulled Xiaolun over and asked her how she had been all these years. Next to them, the Kirishin saw Lin Ling constantly asking questions. His eyes widened because he heard Lin Ling ask Xiaolun if the Kirishin had bullied her. Did she have enough to eat in the Kirishin? If the Kirishin had bullied Xiaolun, Lin Ling would never let that old Kirishin go. Old man. This word was even clearer. Not only did the Kirishin hear it, but even Sui Hua and the others heard it. They were all secretly laughing. This stinking brat. The Kirishin scolded jokingly. He almost hit Lin Ling's head with his pipe, because Lin Ling didn't give him any face. However, although he looked angry on the surface, he didn't care at all. This was because Lin Ling had used the word old man many times when he was with the Kirishin. Moreover, although Lin Ling was Lei Gong's trial taker, to the Kirishin, he was like one of their own. Okay, it's rare for us to get together. Don't leave today. Stay for dinner. At this moment, the Thunder God walked over with a smile on his face. Okay. The Kirishin immediately agreed. After all, he and Lei Gong were close friends. Chapter 4265. That night, Lei Gong set up a banquet, causing Lei Gong's main hall to be bustling with noise and excitement. However, among all the trial challengers, only Lin Ling, Yang Qilin, and Saint Guy were qualified to participate. Even the divine generals were not qualified. Lin Ling and Yang Qilin could participate because of their extraordinary status. As for Saint Guy, it was naturally because of Lin Ling that Saint Guy could stay. The bustling night quietly passed. The next day, Lei Gong also found Lin Ling and took out 3 divine springs as a reward for Lin Ling. This was the reward for Lin Ling after he became an 8-star trial challenger. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to become one of the 8 new gods so soon after you returned. TSK. Even I am extremely surprised. After seeing Lin Ling accept the divine springs, Lei Gong sighed and said, he was also very curious about Lin Ling. He did not understand how Lin Ling could fuse the 3 divine embryos. He also did not understand why Lin Ling's dimensional essence was so huge, even more terrifying than before. However, although he was curious, he did not ask too much. After all, he was also a god who had survived the era of the gods. He knew that the world was vast and anything was possible. Therefore, he was curious about how strong Lin Ling would be after he stepped into the realm of gods. However, all of this was unknown. After all, Lin Ling was not the reincarnation of a god. In the future, he could very likely surpass a mid-level god and possibly even become a high-level god. Putting away his thoughts, Lei Gong continued, Lin Ling, the 8-god celestial palace will open in a month. At that time, I will inform you to come back. Now, do you want to cultivate in Lei Gong's main hall? Lei Gong's main hall had a large number of cultivation exotic lands. All of them were treasured lands that were extremely rare. No need. I plan to go home and accompany my family. After all, sometimes cultivation is not just seclusion. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and refused because he had been cultivating in seclusion for 4,000 years. He did not want to cultivate again after just returning. All right, I will inform you in a month. Lei Gong did not stop Lin Ling. He also knew that Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion at a certain time, the results would be even worse. After that, Lin Ling took his leave. When he left the Thunder God Great Hall, the 9 prefectures were already in turmoil. Because yesterday, during the Battle of the Gods, it was said that many experts were born. Among them, there were 100 great holy knights, 10 great generals, and a legendary 8 new gods. People were very curious about these legendary figures, especially the 8 new gods of the current era. They were like mysterious shadows that lingered in people's minds. It was as if they were looking up at the peak of the mountain, only to see 8 pitch-black figures standing there, looking down at them like gods. Some of these figures were holding swords, some had their hands behind their backs, and some were playing with flames. Everything was so mysterious. These 8 figures were the gods that they had been chasing for their entire lives, the gods that they had to look up to. I heard that the 8 new gods of the current era are formed by trial takers. Their strength has surpassed all the great generals, and they're the strongest under the 4 great gods. Yes, I know a divine knight. He was lucky enough to go to the void in Lei Gong's main hall and saw the investiture gods with his own eyes. I heard that the 8 new gods are very frightening. They can destroy the void with a single move. Moreover, they can transform into monsters and swallow millions of people in one gulp. Damn it, you're bragging. Please don't spread rumors. Although they are powerful, they don't eat people. I'm just a little excited. However, the 8 new gods of the current era, other than the gods, not many people know about them. It's said that they don't want to be exposed too quickly, so as to avoid being targeted by the Spirit Nation. Just wait. It won't be long before the truth comes out who the 8 new gods are. The news snowballed, and quietly spread throughout the entire 9 states, and even to the 10,000 worlds. It was praised by countless martial artists. When Lin Ling arrived at the 9 states, he also noticed the rumors around him. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. The competition for the quota had just ended yesterday, and today it had already spread throughout the 9 states. It seemed that news was always the fastest. Ignoring the news, Lin Ling walked towards Snow-Blowing City. In the city, people were also talking about the 8 new gods. Everyone was in high spirits and very excited. After all, in the age of the gods all had their own god positions. In this era, there were finally god positions. The 8 new gods, the 10 great generals, and 100 great sacred knights. This was the current investiture of gods. This was also the investiture of the gods after the age of the blowout age. Lord Lin Ling is back. He just returned from the gods, so he must have heard the news. Go and ask him. When Lin Ling passed by the city governor's mansion, the guards immediately came up to him with smiles. One of the old men even handed him a pot of good wine and asked with a smile, "Lord Lin Ling, how was the battle between the gods yesterday?" This was because they all knew that Lin Ling was very approachable and didn't put on airs. That was why they dared to ask Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw the good wine, he smiled and roughly told them the whole story of the battle. Congratulations to Lord Lin Ling for getting the quota. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the guards were all excited. Lin Ling, that's great. You got the quota? At this time, Xianxia, the city governor, also received the news that Lin Ling had returned. He rushed out of the mansion and asked curiously, "Who are the 100 great sacred knights, the 10 great generals, and the 8 new gods?" Alas, although I'm also a holy knight, my status is low and I can't go to Lord Legong's place. That's why I don't know anything about them. The 100 great sacred knights and the 10 great generals. There are too many people, so I don't know much about them. However, I have met the 8 new gods once, and I know that one of them is me. Lin Ling drank the wine given by the guard and said casually, "What?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the eyes of Xianxia and the others narrowed. That was because they had never thought that Lin Ling could become one of the 8 new gods. After all, Lin Ling had disappeared for so long. How could he have reached the top in one step after returning? Lin Ling, are you kidding? Xianxia stared at Lin Ling, tongue-tied. Do I look like I'm kidding? Lin Ling looked at him strangely. He took another sip of the wine and threw it to Xianxia. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Thank you for the good wine. I'll go home first." Seeing Lin Ling leave, Xianxia and the others were petrified. They thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, they had never seen Lin Ling joke about serious matters. However, Lin Ling had become one of the 8 new gods. His behavior was too nonchalant. It was as if he didn't care about the title of apotheosis at all. "My lord, slap me. I don't know if I'm dreaming or not." Xianxia, one of the guards, said. Bang. Chapter 4266. The guard in the distance crawled back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He cried and said, "I only asked my lord to slap me, not kick me. But it hurts. It seems that this is not a dream." Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Halfway through his crying, he immediately looked up to the sky and laughed, causing all the guards to laugh as well, because they all knew that Lin Ling was from Snow-Blowing City and had been living here. This also meant that one of the 8 new gods was living in Snow-Blowing City. And for Snow-Blowing City, this was a matter of supreme honor. After Lin Ling returned to the courtyard, everyone immediately came to greet him. Then, like gossiping women, they began to ask questions. Lin Ling helplessly patted his forehead. Why were so many people interested in the matters of the gods? Then he once again told the whole story. Without a doubt, everyone was shocked. Then Yu and Yuer and Ancestor Tai Yin were all happy for Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling glanced around and suddenly asked curiously, "Hey, where's Big Brother? Did he go out to train again?" Ha ha. They didn't go out to train, but to compete for the position of the top 10 martial gods. Ha ha ha. Ancestor Tai Yin immediately said, "Compete for the position of the top 10 martial gods?" Ha ha ha. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He was obviously very surprised, because he never thought that his big brother would have such strength. However, Lin Ling soon felt relieved. 100 years ago, although the top 10 martial gods were powerful, after the investiture of the gods, some sparrows could become phoenixes. On the contrary, it was possible for dragons to become earthworms now. Therefore, his big brother was not necessarily unqualified. Young Master Yao, Majin Tianzi, and the others also went. Ha ha! Seeing Lin Ling's surprised expression, Yu also said, because they are afraid that something will happen to Big Brother, many leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance went to support him. Therefore, even if Big Brother fails, he should be fine. Ha ha ha! In that case, let's go and take a look. Ha ha ha! Lin Ling pondered for a moment and immediately said, after disappearing for 100 years, he also wanted to see what the current top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were like. All those years ago in the divine world, he remembered that there were 2 martial gods that were eyeing him covetously. One of them was the Wave Mirage martial god, and the other was the Eternal martial god. He wondered how strong they'd become 100 years later. All right, let's go together. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu and Yuer and Xianxia immediately jumped for joy. Then let's go together. Lin Ling happened to have nothing to do, so he left the final world with his 3 wives. After all, he didn't know where his big brother was challenging the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. On the other hand, Yu and the others knew how to contact the God-Slayer Alliance. In that case, they would definitely have a way. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others arrived at Heaven Pass City once again. However, this time, no one in Heaven Pass City dared to stop Lin Ling. When the city lord, who had been sealed by Lin Ling not long ago, saw Lin Ling, his expression became incomparably complicated, although he still didn't know whether Lin Ling was a trial taker or not. However, he was clearly aware that he wasn't a match for that mysterious young man at all. City Lord, it's him again. More than a month ago, that guy destroyed Heaven Pass City. Should we capture him? Yes. Someone also noticed Lin Ling and immediately reported to the City Lord. Bullshit, let him pass. Yes. The City Lord didn't hesitate at all and shouted angrily. But this is too shameful. Yes. Those subordinates were very surprised. Heaven Pass City had suffered such a great loss, and now they saw that young man again. Could it be that they could only watch Azure Dragon leave? You can't afford to offend this person. Also, do you want Heaven Pass City to be destroyed again? Open the city gate and let them pass. Remember, tell those ignorant people not to provoke him. If anyone violates this order, they can bring their own head to see me. The city lord shouted majestically. Although those subordinates were very confused, they didn't dare to disobey the order and quietly passed down the message. This guy called Lin Ling is really arrogant. However, after he returned to the final world, it is said that he defeated many people. Most importantly, regarding this matter, the 4 great gods didn't stand out to say anything. There must be something fishy going on. Yes, after the city lord gave the order, he secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he watched Lin Ling leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. After Lin Ling left for a full hour, an order was passed down. It was transmitted to all 36 cities in the final world. It was about the investiture of the 9 prefectures. It also stated that Lin Ling was a trial taker and the #1 in this competition. Plop! After reading the news, the city lord was so scared that he fell to the ground. Fortunately, he didn't stop Lin Ling before. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. He had a feeling that if he stopped Lin Ling from leaving the city again, who knew how many people would die? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the changes in Heaven Pass City. He followed Yu and the others forward. Not long after, they arrived at an abandoned world in the Eastern world. This world was very big, but the continent was filled with poisonous gas. It was not suitable for ordinary cultivators. Everyone who could come here was an expert. Therefore, there were countless experts in this realm. After all, the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures were going to fight here today. How could people not be curious? After the investiture of the 9 prefectures, The 10 great martial gods had changed. Some became stronger, while others became weaker. It was as if it was predestined. Other than martial god Delay, who was ranked first, and Luli Empress, who was ranked second, the others had more or less changed. Among them, martial god Huan Bo and martial god Yin Shi, who had become martial gods 100 years ago, were eliminated again. Their positions were taken by Black Crow Elder and Mu Tianjian. However, the other martial gods' positions were also in danger. There was a possibility that their positions would be taken away at any time. After Lin Ling and Yu Yu arrived at the world, they looked around and saw a large number of people flying forward. In the distance, there was a yellow ocean. The ocean was quiet and motionless. It emitted a strong smell of sulfur. Moreover, the smell was mixed with poisonous gas. At the edge of the ocean, even though it was far away, they could see the endless number of people. Look, that's Mountain Crusher Gentleman, who is ranked 18th on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine ranking. That's nothing. I saw the top 10 experts on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine ranking. I didn't expect that they would also come to fight for the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Last time, martial god Huan Bo and the others were defeated. The battle was very exciting. I wonder which martial god's position will be taken away today. I heard that many leaders of the Godslayer Alliance are here today. They are eyeing the martial god's position covetously. Chapter 42:67. As for Yu Yu and the others, many people had been secretly in love with them for a long time. However, Yu Yu and the others were too strong, so they only dared to look at them from afar and did not dare to profane them. Yu Yu and the others have a man with them, and they seem to be very close to each other. It's Lin Ling. I heard that Lin Ling has returned. I didn't expect it to be true. Soon, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and they were shocked, because they had heard the rumor that Lin Ling had returned, but they had not confirmed it. Now, they finally confirmed it. Lin Ling, haha, I didn't expect you to still be alive. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in front of them, and then a large number of people walked over. The person in the lead was Martial God Ripple. Last time in the Demon Forest, Lin Ling had given him a few hard slaps. He still remembered that. Moreover, in the divine world, Lin Ling had failed to become a god in front of him. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling now, he was not afraid at all. In his opinion, Lin Ling should have been eliminated by the 4 great gods. Without the identity of a trial taker, Lin Ling was like a dog to him. Come, count me 3 times. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Martial God Ripple sneered, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. The people beside him looked at Lin Ling with contempt and said with a faint smile, Yo, you disappeared for 100 years. How do you come back? I heard that you were incomparably fierce in the past. He's still fierce now. I heard that when he just came back, he defeated many people outside Blizzard City. Haha, he only knows how to bully some trash. When he meets a real expert, he'll be defeated sooner or later. They were rejoicing in other people's misfortune. The main reason was that they had defeated a large number of experts in the past 100 years. They were very confident that they would even dare to fight against the people of the gods. However, due to the difference in status, they didn't dare to casually challenge the great generals. What a group of stupid people. Lin Ling shook his head in the face of those people's mockery and turned to Yu Yu. Yeah, ignore them. Let's go find Big Brother. Yu Yu and the others smiled and nodded. They knew Lin Ling's strength, so they felt that those people's ridicule were like clowns. What? You want to escape just like that? All right, I forgot that you, Lin Ling, are the great leader of the Godslayer Alliance. It's really sad that a great leader is weaker than all the other leaders. I really don't understand where you got the face to be their leader. Martial God Ripple Mirage mocked when he saw Lin Ling was about to leave. He'd been in a bad mood since his position as the martial god had been seized. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he naturally wanted to vent his displeasure on Lin Ling. Illusionary Wave, Martial God, is it? Is this all you've improved over the years? Lin Ling, who was taking a step forward, suddenly stopped and looked at Martial God Rippling Mirage with a mocking smile. Martial God Ripple's face darkened when he heard this. It was like pouring salt on his wound. Back then, you were at least one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, after a few years of glory, you saw the latter surpass you. Now, when you meet the latter, I'm afraid you will only show a humble smile. Haha, if I were you, I would have found a deserted place to spend my old age in peace. Why don't you come and embarrass yourself? Lin Ling did not speak. His words were like poisonous thorns that stabbed into Martial God Ripple's heart. You're courting death. Martial God Ripple's followers were enraged. Although Martial God Ripple was no longer one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures, he was still powerful. How could he be humiliated by Lin Ling? Your mouth stinks. Martial God Ripple waved his sleeve and took a step forward. He had made up his mind. You want to fight me, right? Fine. I'll humiliate you since I've just arrived. However, before Martial God Ripple could speak, Lin Ling already knew what he was thinking. Lin Ling did not think much of Martial God Ripple. However, the other party was being overbearing. Lin Ling would let him know how lowly he was. What? Lin Ling wants to fight Martial God Ripple. Didn't Lin Ling fail to ascend to godhood? Where does his confidence come from? Many people's eyes immediately looked over. They did not know about the battle between the gods, so they still thought that Lin Ling was not very strong. Therefore, Lin Ling was looking for trouble and asking for a beating. Perhaps he was so unbridled because he saw that there were experts from the God Slayer Alliance at the Yellow Sea. You want to fight me? Martial God Ripple laughed. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so foolish. He had been afraid that Lin Ling would not dare to fight him and would have to rely on Yuan Venerates and other martial gods to step in. However, it was fine. His position as martial god had been taken away, and his reputation had been greatly reduced. Now, he could use this opportunity to trample on Lin Ling to raise his reputation. If you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you see the changes in JoJo over the past 100 years. However, you're lucky because the God Slayer Alliance is not far away. Therefore, I won't kill you. I'll just humiliate you a little. Come, I'll let you have 3 moves. Martial God Ripple walked forward step by step. With each step, powerful Jie Yuan permeated the air. However, although Jie Yuan was powerful, his divine fetus was only 2nd grade. No wonder he had been stripped of his position as martial god. Let you have 3 moves? Can Martial God Ripple do it? Don't underestimate Ripple. He has the strength of a peak martial god. His realm is stable, and he has the power of a god. What's Lin Ling's cultivation realm? Everyone was curious. Even some people at the edge of the Yellow Sea looked over. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that Lin Ling had come. Upon closer inspection, apart from Luli Empress and the other martial gods, who were ranked 1st and 2nd, all the other martial gods were there. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually dare to challenge Ripple Martial God Ripple. I heard that the kid had returned last time. Now that I've seen him today, it's indeed true. However, he dared to challenge Ripple Martial God Ripple as soon as he returned. He's very confident. The unfettered sword martial god smiled. He was inexplicably excited. However, he still had doubts about whether Lin Ling could defeat Ripple Martial God Ripple. Not far away, the Yuan Venerate martial god's eyes narrowed. He rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe that Lin Ling had really returned. However, he finally smiled when he saw everything clearly. That was really Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 100 years. He came back to fight Ripple Martial God Ripple. I wonder how much his strength has improved. Of course, if he uses his trump card, defeating Ripple Martial God Ripple will be as easy as flipping his hand. The Yuan Venerate martial god laughed. He wasn't worried that Lin Ling would lose. After all, he knew that Lin Ling had a powerful treasure that could easily kill a martial god. Chapter 4268. Second brother is here. Just in time to support us. Sakura laughed loudly, but did not walk over. After all, he knew that martial god Huan Bo was slightly weaker than him. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely win within a dozen moves. Come on, Lin Ling. I'll give you 3 moves. As the God Slayer Alliance stared at Lin Ling, Martial God Huan Bo roared, as if he was afraid that no one would know. 3 moves? The Godslayer Alliance's members were dumbfounded. Who gave Martial God Huan Bo such courage? After all, in their opinion, it should be Lin Ling who gave Martial God Huan Bo 3 moves. They shook their heads. They could already foresee Martial God Huan Bo's sorry state after 3 moves. Poor Martial God Huan Bo still did not know Lin Ling's strength. He clasped his hands behind his back and raised his chin like an expert, signaling Lin Ling to attack. In his mind, he was already thinking of a way to win against Lin Ling. 3 moves. That's right. He would use his defense to injure Lin Ling. He would let everyone know that he, Martial God Huan Bo, gave Lin Ling 3 moves. Not only was Lin Ling unable to injure him, but he was also injured. On the other hand, Lin Ling was also looking at Martial God Ripple Mirage. He could see through Martial God Ripple Mirage's strength with a single glance. Speaking of which, Lin Ling could defeat such an opponent without even moving. However, Lin Ling also saw that all the cultivators beside the Yellow Sea, other than the Godslayer Alliance, were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances, especially the ancient martial god and the others. At this moment, they were smiling mockingly as if they wanted to see a good show from Lin Ling. Forget it. Today is the day when Big Brother and young Master Yao compete for the martial god position. As their leader, I should support them and be their shield. Therefore, I'll show them my strength. Secretly shaking his head, Lin Ling decided to attack personally. Then, he took a step forward and punched out fiercely. His 7 dantians and the strength of his flesh burst out at the same time, which was mixed with powerful godly force. You're here? Lin Ling, let me remind you, be careful not to be injured by me, because I am at the peak of the martial god realm, and I have a 2nd grade divine embryo body. However, just as he finished shouting, he immediately felt that something was wrong, because when Lin Ling's fist arrived, he actually felt a wave of unstoppable boundary essence energy, which was even more terrifying than his own boundary essence. However, Lin Ling was clearly a 9th layer martial god. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, deeply afraid that he had seen wrongly. However, the more he looked at it, the more terrified he felt. His heart was already filled with thousands of curses. He could sense that Lin Ling's divine embryo was a 3rd grade one. Moreover, the divine embryo was extremely chaotic, as if there was more than one type. Block it. Use all your strength. You must block it. At this instant, Martial God Huan Bo regretted his decision. He shouldn't have given Lin Ling a handicap. Bang! He no longer cared about his reputation. He threw a punch forward, producing circles of ripples. However, as soon as his fist collided with Lin Ling's, a great force surged into his arm, shattering his bones with a crack. Damn it! You're no ordinary 9th layer martial god. Martial God Huan Bo subconsciously yelled, ignoring the pain. It's too late for you to realize that now. Lin Ling's punch was like a total annihilation. He had used the simplest and most domineering method to shatter Martial God Huan Bo's punch. Following this, Martial God Huan Bo was sent flying like a cannonball, flying toward the Yellow Sea in the distance. His previous plan of using Lin Ling to raise his reputation had failed. The crowd dropped their jaws when they saw Lin Ling sending Martial God Huan Bo flying with a single punch. The script was completely different from what they had imagined. Meanwhile, the eyes of the martial gods around the Yellow Sea glittered. Lin Ling had been in the limelight 100 years ago. Now that he had disappeared for 100 years, although they assumed Lin Ling would not be too weak, his strength had not reached the martial god realm, let alone the fact that he had defeated a martial god with a single punch. Martial God Huan Bo lost? That's too unbelievable. What do you mean he lost? Martial God Huan Bo was only sent flying because of his carelessness. Besides, have you forgotten that Martial God Huan Bo gave Lin Ling a handicap of 3 moves? I can only say that Lin Ling doesn't need Martial God Huan Bo to give him a handicap, but Martial God Huan Bo hasn't lost yet. You're right. The crowd still could not believe the outcome. They kept consoling themselves. After all, even though Lin Ling was famous, it was only because of his identity as a trial participant. On the other hand, martial god Huan Bo had relied on his own strength. Therefore, the crowd subconsciously assumed that martial god Huan Bo had not lost yet. "Look, martial god Huan Bo is up." Suddenly, someone exclaimed as he pointed into the distance. A figure slowly stood up at the edge of the yellow, poisonous sea. Then, he walked back step by step like a giant. His face was gloomy, and he seemed to be angry. It seems like martial god Huan Bo is going all out. Seeing martial god Huan Bo's angry look, many people clenched their fists and looked forward to the exciting battle to come. Many of the 10 martial gods smiled. They thought that it was too unreal for Lin Ling to defeat martial god Huan Bo with a single punch. Now, it seemed like they were overthinking it. At this moment, martial god Huan Bo finally stopped and stared coldly at Lin Ling in the distance. "Lin," he let out a low roar, as if he had pushed the battle to its peak. However, just as the crowd was anticipating the outcome, martial god Huan Bo suddenly fell on his back. He was completely defeated before he could utter the word Lin. Plop! When the sound of his body hitting the ground resounded, the yellow sea became even more silent. He had truly defeated martial god Huan Bo with a single punch. The punch from before might have seemed simple, but it had undoubtedly made Lin Ling's name known to all. He had disappeared for 100 years, and people had thought that he had been eliminated. Now, with a single punch, everyone had returned. And this return was not only in the world of gods, but also in the void of the 9 states. Leader. The powerhouses of the God-Slayer Alliance all bowed when they saw Lin Ling. They were filled with pride because the most mysterious leader of the God-Slayer Alliance had also come to compete for the position of martial god in the 9 states. Furthermore, he had used his domineering strength to intimidate the powerhouses of the 9 states. The scene remained silent. Of course, the ones with the most complicated feelings were the 10 martial gods of the 9 states. The unrestrained sword martial god, Yuan venerate martial god, and martial god Qingning all had the same expression on their faces. That was disbelief. "Lin Ling, are you here to compete for the position of martial god?" Suddenly, a voice was heard. One of the 10 martial gods, martial god Duanmai, had already spoken. He also stared gravely at Lin Ling. He thought back to the Battle of the Gods. At that time, Lin Ling had used his trump card to force him to retreat. Who would have thought that 100 years later, Lin Ling would actually grow to such a level? Fortunately, Lin Ling had only defeated martial god Huan Bo. He was still no match for martial god Duanmai. Chapter 4269. Currently, there were many people who wanted to compete for the position of martial god, including the top 10 martial gods. They wanted to consolidate their position, but Lin Ling also wanted to join the competition. "Sorry, I'm not interested in the position of martial god." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke calmly. Merely, everyone's eyes widened. The top 10 martial gods were the strongest 10 kings in the 9 continents. Countless people wanted to obtain this position, but Lin Ling said it was merely? Could it be that Lin Ling thought he had surpassed the top 10 martial gods? "I'm here to be the judge." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. "Judge?" Lin Ling looked down on the position of martial god and thought he was the judge. This news was even more shocking than before. Soon after, the crowd burst into laughter. Even the martial gods were laughing. One must know that to become the judge of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents, one must have supreme prestige and strength. Only then could one decide the position of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had only defeated martial god Ripple Mirage. This wasn't enough. Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't a trial taker, so he didn't have the status. "You're the judge? Are you qualified?" "Lin Ling, you're really arrogant. Do you know what it means to be a judge? It means that the top 10 martial kings in the 9 continents have been decided by you, including the number 1 martial god Lei and Luli Empress. Do you think you can do it?" What a joke. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone laughed loudly because Lin Ling's idea was already boundlessly arrogant, reaching straight to the sky. Therefore, when they laughed, some of the more exaggerated ones even rolled on the ground laughing. Even Sakura and the others narrowed their eyes. Although Lin Ling's strength was very strong, it seemed like a fool's dream to want to dominate the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents. Only Yu Yu and the others secretly smiled. They knew that Lin Ling was definitely qualified, because Lin Ling was already one of the 8 new gods. It seems that all of you are dissatisfied with me as the referee. Fine, those who support me, step forward. Those who don't, raise your hands. Ignoring the mockery of the crowd, Lin Ling said indifferently. This was because he had secretly investigated and discovered that his big brother, young Master Yao, and the others weren't weak. They had a high chance of competing for the position of the 10 great martial gods. Therefore, he wanted to prevent some unfair matters from occurring. Therefore, he wanted to be the judge himself. Moreover, he wanted his big brother and the others to become the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces. Lin Ling, you must be dreaming. What ability do you have to have someone support you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone laughed even louder. Duan, my martial god, Wangu martial god, and the others smirked. Although they admitted that Lin Ling was very strong, it was obvious that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough to stand above them. They even thought it was a joke. After this, they believed that no one would support Lin Ling anymore. I support it. However, just as they thought that, a voice rang out and they saw Sakura taking a step forward. Me too. So did young Master Yao. We all support it. The experts of the Godslayer Alliance also walked out one after another to support Lin Ling, including us. Yu Yu and Inuere looked at each other and also took a step forward. To be honest, in terms of reputation, they were more reputable than Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had disappeared for 100 years. This was especially so for Sakura, Yu Yu, and the others. They were now well-known figures in the entire 9 provinces. With so many experts supporting Lin Ling, it undoubtedly made the surrounding mockery disappear slightly. Of course, there were also people who were dissatisfied. We're all on the same side. No wonder. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. The speaker had long hair that covered his face, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. He was martial god Xianxia, one of the 10 great martial gods of 9 provinces. However, 20 years ago, he had been defeated by Mu Tianjian and his martial god position had been taken away. Now, he had suffered the same fate as martial god Huanbo. Of course, he had also been cultivating bitterly over the past 20 years. Today, he had come to reclaim his martial god position. Therefore, it was impossible for him to listen to Lin Ling's orders. That's right, we're all on the same side. We'll definitely speak up for each other. The others sneered when they heard this. I support him. However, at that moment, another voice rang out that didn't come from the Godslayer Alliance. This made everyone look around, and they were all stunned. The speaker was a Yuan Venerate martial god. This time, there were people among the 10 great martial gods supporting Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made Lin Ling's authority stronger. Yuan Venerate martial god. Are you crazy? You are a martial god monarch, yet you actually intend to be controlled by a junior. The ancient martial god's expression turned cold as he shouted. However, before the Yuan Venerate martial god could say anything, another voice rang out. I also support Lin Ling. This time, it was the unfettered sword martial god. I also support him. However, before the initial shock subsided, another martial god monarch spoke up. This time, it was Emperor Miao, who was also martial god Qingning. Although martial god Qingning wasn't very familiar with Lin Ling, he had interacted with him many times. Therefore, he would naturally help Lin Ling. 3 martial god monarchs. Everyone's hearts thundered. Those who had been rolling on the ground because they had mocked Lin Ling had now gotten up, their faces filled with disbelief. There were a total of 8 martial god monarchs present, and 3 of them supported Lin Ling. At the very least, Lin Ling's qualifications had increased once again. It seems like I have good relations with people. Now, who else is against me? Lin Ling wasn't surprised to see 3 martial gods supporting him. However, he believed that there would still be many voices against him. Sure enough, someone immediately sneered. Although there are people supporting you, that's all there is to it. After all, there are clearly more people against you. Lin Ling, we saw that you were the great leader of the God Destruction Alliance, so we gave you a chance to speak. Otherwise, we would have already treated you as bullshit. The person who spoke was still martial god Xianxia. After he finished speaking, he lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling. His cold eyes were filled with fearlessness. Does this mean that you want to oppose me? Lin Ling smiled back at him. Yes, so what? Martial god Xianxia nodded and continued to look fearlessly at Luo Yunyang. Swoosh! However, just as he finished speaking, a white thunderbolt flashed out. By the time Xianxia martial god reacted, a figure had already appeared in front of him. Then, a palm that was mixed with thunderbolts gently landed on Xianxia martial god's chest. Bang! Martial god Xianxia's figure was knocked backward by the powerful force. Meanwhile, his eyes were filled with a stern look. It's Lin Ling, such a powerful force. Now, do I have the qualifications? 8 wings appeared on Lin Ling's back. It was as if he was suppressing martial god Xianxia with an overwhelming force. Chapter 4270. You're still not qualified. As for martial god Xianxia, his bones were tough enough. He still sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, the white lightning arrived once again. Another palm landed on his chest. Now, do I have the right? The voice drifted out again. Martial god Xianxia was speechless. He was shocked by Lin Ling's strength. His strength was slightly stronger than martial god Huanbo. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling was not much stronger than him. However, it seemed that he could not block Lin Ling's attack at all. Now, do I have the right? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was suppressing martial god Xianxia and beating him up. Martial god Xianxia kept retreating and howling as he was beaten. In the end, a helpless and shocked voice finally drifted out. You have the right. The voice came from martial god Xianxia. Looking at his black face, he seemed to be very sullen. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling finally stopped attacking. This caused the crowd to grit their teeth. This was a confession of torture. I also object. However, just as martial god Xianxia was defeated, another voice of objection rang out. This time, it was a one-armed man. He held a broken sword in his hand. He was dressed in cotton clothes and had short hair. His face had a unique vicissitudes of life. Mu Tianjian. The crowd raised their heads, and their eyes flickered quietly. Mu Tianjian was one of 9 prefectures' 10 great martial gods. He had a 4th grade divine fetus. Most importantly, he was an expert who had stepped into the half-deity realm. Lin Ling, right? I don't have any opinions about you. However, you want to dominate the 9 prefectures' martial god position as soon as you arrived. This is too overbearing. Clang! A broken sword was pointed at Lin Ling. The seemingly calm finger pointed at the sky of the Yellow Sea. Purple clouds came from the east. This was the purple sky 10,000 miles. The purple clouds shrouded an area of 10,000 miles, making it look sacred and majestic. The purple clouds even rushed out of the boundary and rushed into the void. And within the surging purple gas, there was a powerful divine energy that was overflowing, and it was actually about to reach the ranks of 1,000. Lin Ling looked at the sky and then at the one-armed man standing on a hill. He nodded slightly. This Mu Tianjin's strength was not bad, almost comparable to the crown prince. The only weak point was the divine fetus. Come on, beat me into submission. Mu Tianjin was a man of few words. He used his sword to express his thoughts. Mu Tianjin is the true king of martial gods. If Lin Ling can defeat him, then it means that Lin Ling is truly one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. The others also had looks of anticipation. Whoosh! Lin Ling did not say much. The tyrant songsword appeared, and he used Luai's true god. With a boom, the Yellow Sea began to tremble. The originally calm seawater now all rushed into the sky. Looking at the sky again, white lightning wreaked havoc, turning into a pool of lightning. This made everyone once again shocked at Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling has made his move. However, no one expected that Lin Ling would make his move right after releasing his strength. One must know that Mu Tianjian was a sword artist, and a sword artist attack was the sharpest. Generally speaking, it was best to wait for a sword artist to reveal an opening before attacking. But attacking rashly was very risky, unless one had absolute confidence. Confidence, divine fetus of lightning. Mu Tianjian's eyes flashed. The broken sword let out a buzzing sound, and a powerful sword slashed out. Endless purple clouds surged like a tide, drowning Lin Ling. Clang! However, Lin Ling's sword was also very fast. It descended from the sky, slashing apart the purple clouds, and heavily landed on the broken sword. Boom! The ground under Mu Tianjian's feet turned into fine powder. Mu Tianjian raised his head and said indifferently, Lin Ling, a famous figure 100 years ago. People say that he has already disappeared with the wind, but I think that he is still as sharp as ever. Chi! 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 The two swords rubbed against each other, and dazzling sparks blossomed. Lin Ling used the Luai's true body sword, but it was actually unable to make Mu Tianjian move at all. From this point of view, the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures were indeed powerful. They were even more powerful than many of the 4 great gods. However, Lin Ling did not believe in heresy. He raised the sword in his hand again, as if he was going to smash it down. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he smashed it down, the yellow sea would jump, and the poisonous sea with the smell of sulfur would soar into the sky. Then it would fall down like rain, but it was all blocked by the boundary essence on the experts' bodies. Under Lin Ling's several strikes, Mu Tianjian was still as steady as a stone statue. This was very terrifying. After all, even if an ordinary person could withstand Lin Ling's strike, it was impossible for them to not move at all. However, Mu Tianjian was able to do so. He had the ability to do so. Of course, although Mu Tianjian seemed to be motionless, he had actually withstood a powerful attack. However, his purple mist was mysterious. It was comprehended in a secret realm in the divine realm. It was said that it was left behind after the War of the Gods. It could make a cultivator immortal for millions of years, and no evil could invade them. Borrowing this purple mist, Mu Tianjian was able to remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Mu Tianjian raised his head and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He remembered Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a stronger opponent than he had imagined. However, the corner of his mouth also curled up. He knew that it was impossible for Lin Ling to break his sword. Now it was time for him to attack. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Lin Ling leaped up and disappeared in midair. Then, he appeared in front of everyone again with the sword in his hand. This time, there was no longer any white lightning around Lin Ling. Instead, it was the first stage of the innate fusion. An even stronger physical strength, an even stronger divine power poured into the sword and slashed down. What? Mu Tianjian's eyes flickered. Lin Ling could still become stronger? Boom! After another clash of swords, Mu Tianjian could no longer remain motionless. He was forcefully slashed into the ground. The ground cracked open and a bottomless pit appeared. The surging water of the Yellow Sea also flowed in from afar. Above the huge pit, Lin Ling and Mu Tianjian disappeared into it. Then, the ground continued to shake as if an intense battle was taking place underground. Lin Ling actually sent Mu Tianjian flying. The martial gods narrowed their eyes, especially the Duan lineage martial god and the ancient martial god. Their faces were solemn. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so much stronger than they had imagined. Rumble. The continental plates kept shaking as if there was an earthquake. The water of the Yellow Sea rushed out from the cracks on the ground and flooded the ground. This scene was an eye-opener for everyone. They were shocked by the strength of Lin Ling and Mu Tianjian. The top 10 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine ranking were trembling. There was a hint of unwillingness in their eyes. 100 years ago, although Lin Ling was famous, he was still not in the top 10 of the stairway to heaven on the divine ranking. However, 100 years later, Lin Ling had surpassed the stairway to heaven on the divine ranking. This progress was too terrifying. In the end, the rumbling sound continued to weaken and gradually disappeared. Chapter 42:71. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts exploded. They knew that Lin Ling had completely defeated Mu Tianjian. Otherwise, with Mu Tianjian's temperament, he would never say such words himself. As a result, 2 experts had been completely defeated by Lin Ling. In addition to the Godslayer Alliance and the other 3 martial gods, the number of people who didn't oppose Lin Ling had decreased by a lot. Lin Ling nodded at Mu Tianjian. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, "Now, who still opposes? You? Were you?" "Yes." Mu Tianjian was a true swordsman. The previous confrontation was also open and aboveboard. Therefore, Lin Ling respected him a lot. Similarly, Mu Tianjian didn't have any grudges against Lin Ling. He was just unconvinced. However, after experiencing Lin Ling's powerful attack, he was also convinced. Opposes? Many people subconsciously lowered their heads when Lin Ling's gaze swept over them. In this world, strength determined everything. Now, Lin Ling was using his powerful strength to prove whether he was qualified or not. "This old man will challenge you." At this time, another expert walked out. He was wearing a black feather cloak that reached the ground. He looked very mysterious. He looked very old, and his face was very cold. However, this kind of coldness wasn't indifference. Instead, it was a kind of coldness that was heartless to the outside world. He gave people the feeling that he was a tree or a rock. Ahead, he was holding a palm-sized cauldron in his hand. The cauldron was somewhat sinister. On the surface, there was a skeleton and a crow sculpture, and he was one of the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Black Crow Old Man. Bang! He threw the cauldron on the ground. The cauldron grew bigger and bigger until it was as big as a city. The black cauldron began to emit black smoke. Moreover, there seemed to be a mysterious object flying inside. Crow! An ear-piercing sound rang out at the same time. It actually caused endless ripples. The martial artists around the yellow sea immediately felt a splitting headache. The weaker ones directly fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their bodies were twitching nonstop. It was extremely terrifying. Not good. That cauldron is very evil. The experts of the God Extermination Alliance also retreated one after another. Only after they had retreated tens of thousands of miles away did that ear-piercing sound weaken slightly. Looking at Indra and the others again, their strength was stronger, and they relied on their powerful divine embryos to block that sound. However, they were also looking at Black Crow Old Man seriously, because this person was very mysterious. He had only risen in a single night, and had once killed millions of experts in a single night in Yin Province. After that, he vanished without a trace and reappeared again. Now, he had become one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Crow! Those ear-piercing cries were also surging towards Lin Ling at that moment, causing Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. He immediately sensed that the meridians in his body were beginning to break inch by inch. It should be known that when a martial artist cultivated to the martial god realm, their meridians would be as vast and boundless as the void. These meridians also carried the world origin and the spirit. If one's meridians were broken inch by inch, then even if one had powerful strength, they wouldn't be able to display it. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the people rolling on the ground in pain. He knew what kind of pain they were enduring. Because their strength was lower, their meridians weren't as majestic as Lin Ling's. Now that their meridians were broken inch by inch, they would probably be forcefully crippled. There was even a possibility of death. What a strange, evil artifact. Lin Ling's body was strong, so he could still resist a little. His soul force also spread out. wanting to investigate the origin of that black cauldron. After his soul force surged out, Lin Ling discovered that the black cauldron's cries seemed to be soul force, but it also carried the power of the steps of God. Of course, this steps of God wasn't strong and couldn't be compared to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. Most importantly, Lin Ling discovered that the black cauldron was actually a living creature, and it was a divine embryo, moreover, a divine embryo that had reached the 5th grade. A 5th grade divine embryo? One of the 9 prefecture's top 10 martial gods actually possessed a 5th grade divine embryo. This kind of strength wasn't weak even among the gods. Looks like I was almost fooled by him. Lin Ling retreated, avoiding those ear-piercing cries. This also slowed down the speed of his meridians, breaking inch by inch. Lin Ling retreated. Does he know he's no match? Black Crow Old Man's attack is too strange. It's not a King's Path attack. It's normal for Lin Ling to avoid the attack. If he can't break that black cauldron, Lin Ling won't be able to defeat Black Crow Old Man. Seeing Lin Ling retreat, many people were whispering. Unrestrained, Sword Martial God and the others were discussing spiritedly. They had obviously come into contact with Black Crow Old Man before. However, due to his mysterious methods, they didn't dare to rashly provoke Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, Lin Ling avoiding the attack was also a very normal thing. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. This cauldron probably seals no less than 100 million souls. Hearing this, Black Crow Old Man raised his head. His eyes were filled with ripples as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Ling, your eyesight isn't bad. His voice was like the cry of a nighthawk, very ear-piercing. However, so what if you know? Perhaps you'll be the next soul in the cauldron. Soon after, Black Crow Old Man laughed evilly. This was also the first time he laughed in front of everyone. Because he wasn't like the others, he knew that Lin Ling had already seized back the identity of a trial taker. Moreover, he had obtained the quota for the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palaces contest. His identity wasn't weak at all. Therefore, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling and make a name for himself by stepping on Lin Ling. Because he always had a grand dream in his heart, and that was to establish the 9 prefectures' #1 divine sect, Black Crow Sect. You're too confident. Now watch me break you. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice was much colder. He held the tyrannical song sword and shot forward. What was surprising was that the tyrannical song sword, which was as large as a door, was extremely light, as if it was a flying immortal. Crows. At this moment, the black cauldron, which was as large as an ancient city, seemed to be suffused with smoke and fire. Endless black fog rushed towards Lin Ling. Within it, a large number of strange black crows were flying. These black crows had the wings of crows, but their chests were human bones. Moreover, their pupils were also human pupils. As they rushed towards Lin Ling, their cries became louder. Their cries became louder. Bang, bang, bang. The suddenly louder cries also caused the martial artists in the distance to immediately sense that their meridians had been broken. Retreat a little further. Towards these strange powers, people were completely helpless. Only when Jie Yuan and Divine Embryo reached a certain level could they resist them. From a certain point of view, these cries were also very invincible. Boom! However, Lin Ling's speed did not stop. Instead, he activated the second stage of his innate skill fusion, and his strength instantly increased. When the gold and white wings appeared, the Duan, my martial god, and the others could not be bothered to be surprised by the Black Cauldron. They all stared at Lin Ling, their faces filled with disbelief. This was because they did not expect that Lin Ling still had a trick up his sleeve. Swoosh! After his strength increased, Lin Ling clearly did not fear that power. He held the tyrannical song sword and shot towards the black fog. Lin Ling can resist those cries. He's going to attack Black Crow Old Man. Chapter 4272. Because even they couldn't find a way to break Black Crow Old Man's technique. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Ling could break it. Of course, they were powerful and Black Crow Old Man couldn't do anything to them. It was a tie. However, their guess was wrong, because Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Black Crow Old Man. His sword shot towards the Black Cauldron. Crazy. Such a choice made the carefree sword martial god shout, because everyone knew that the Black Cauldron was strange and couldn't be attacked by force. Black Crow Old Man was the cauldron controller. As long as he was defeated, the Black Cauldron would lose control. However, Lin Ling was different. He actually attacked the Black Cauldron. This was also against the rules. Lin Ling has rich battle experience. He should know this. He must have seen something that we can't see. Martial God Qingming frowned and said, "Clang." At this moment, Lin Ling's sharp sword landed on the Black Cauldron that was as large as an ancient city. It actually caused the ancient city to shake and sway. "You mere mortals want to break me." What was surprising was that the ancient city actually emitted a low voice. "Is that so?" Lin Ling kept his sword and slapped out with his right hand. His powerful soul force formed the steps of wisdom and suppressed Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment technique. Now, Lin Ling's soul force was his strongest asset. It surpassed his physical body and realm and reached a new realm. Even Lin Ling didn't know what the limit of his steps of wisdom was now. This was because he rarely used this technique. The last time he used it, even the city lord of Heaven Pass City was forcefully sealed without being able to resist at all. Soul-type steps of God. Who are you? Why do you have such a technique? Could it be that you're the reincarnation of a god? When Lin Ling's soul force gushed out, the ancient city also let out a furious roar. At this moment, it was clearly panicking, because the steps of God was a technique from the era of gods. Moreover, there weren't many people who had such a technique back then. However, there was someone who was able to use it today, and he was able to use it at a very high level. I know that the so-called Black Crow Old Man is nothing more than a puppet. The real Black Crow Old Man is you. I didn't expect that in the twilight of the gods, when 10,000 gods fell, you, a god, actually didn't die. Lin Ling stretched out a single hand, and his soul force continuously gushed out. Let me go, let me go. You and I are both gods from the era of the gods. Why do you have to force me? Gu Cheng's voice became even more panicked. In your dreams, Lin Ling let out a low growl, sending out all of his soul power. At the same time, he said coldly, "I'm sorry to tell you this. First, I'm not some reincarnated god. Secondly, although you were a god back then, your methods were vicious and cruel. For your own selfish reasons, you slaughtered tens of millions of martial artists and collected their souls. Then you wouldn't be a god." Boom! With Lin Ling's final words, the entire ancient city was sealed. No method could be used. Sword come. Next, Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Tyrannical song sword flew over. After being grabbed by him, he held the sword with both hands and cut the ancient city piece by piece like cutting tofu. After the ancient city was broken, a large number of souls immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the distance like a tide. Suddenly, a large bronze door appeared. The door opened, welcoming these souls. And this door was the door to the underworld. Because of the Black Cauldron seal, those who died couldn't reincarnate. Now that the Black Cauldron was broken, the souls naturally entered the underworld and reincarnated. Lin Ling, you spoiled my good deed. I won't let you off. However, among the drifting souls, a sinister voice also floated out. However, it was hidden very well, hiding among the souls, so even Lin Ling couldn't sense it. He escaped. Lin Ling secretly regretted. He knew that if he couldn't kill Black Crow Old Man this time, he would definitely be plotted against by Black Crow Old Man in the future. After all, Black Crow Old Man was a true god. Because he had just revived, he wasn't strong. In the future, he would definitely be a huge threat. Although the age of gods couldn't be compared to the ancient era, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. After that, Lin Ling muttered to himself. When he returned this time, he originally thought that he was the #1 person under the 4 great gods. But now, it seemed that after the 9 prefectures investiture of gods, some experts indeed exceeded his expectations. After all, if he didn't have the step of wisdom, he wouldn't be able to break the Black Cauldron even if he had powerful methods. He could only end up with his meridians broken or escape from here. Black Crow Old Man also lost. Looking at the disappearing Black Cauldron, everyone seemed to have awakened from a dream. Their understanding of Lin Ling rose again, leaving a huge shadow in their hearts. What happened? On the contrary, Black Crow Old Man's eyes regained clarity as he said blankly, "Black Crow Old Man, you've already lost. Go die." At this moment, the Duan lineage martial god suddenly rushed over. Mixed with a ferocious divine power, he slapped towards Black Crow Old Man. He obviously wanted to kill Black Crow Old Man, because when Black Crow Old Man rose to power, he had a grudge with the Duan lineage martial god. Now that the Black Cauldron was broken, the Duan lineage martial god naturally had no fear. Clang! However, when his heavenly fate wheel arrived, it was blocked by a sword. It was Lin Ling. Scram! Lin Ling slashed with his sword horizontally. That heavenly fate wheel was cut in half by the sword and exploded in the distant sky. The Duan lineage martial god's pupils constricted in shock. Lin Ling actually broke his move so easily? One must know that when they were in the god realm, the Duan lineage martial god, was suppressing Lin Ling. The previous move was something that Lin Ling couldn't break no matter how hard he tried. But now it was as easy as blowing off dust. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the Duan lineage martial god said angrily, "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" In order to refine the Black Cauldron, Black Crow Old Man killed countless people. Don't you think it's against the heavens for you to stop me? He isn't Black Crow Old Man. Lin Ling was still holding his sword as he looked indifferently at the Duan lineage martial god and said. As soon as he said that, everyone was suspicious. After all, when Lin Ling used the step of wisdom, they didn't see the process as it was blocked by the rolling black fog. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? Martial God Qingning also spoke. Although she didn't have any relationship with the Duan lineage martial god, she also knew about Black Crow Old Man's cruel methods. Naturally, she also wanted Black Crow Old Man to die. Because the real Black Crow Old Man is that Black Cauldron. This person is just a puppet. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd as he explained the matter. What? After knowing the truth, everyone exclaimed in surprise. How do you know? The Duan lineage martial god was also shocked. However, he frowned and asked because even he couldn't tell the truth. Chapter 4273. So that's how it is. In that case, we've all been deceived. The divine fetus of the age of gods is indeed terrifying. That kind of method isn't something we can see through. Fortunately, there's Lin Ling otherwise. Who knows if Black Crow Old Man will kill us later? Everyone came to a sudden realization. They were surprised by Lin Ling's methods and fearful of Black Crow Old Man's strength. In that case, he's a fake. The Duan lineage martial god also nodded and turned to walk back. Since that old man was a puppet, then it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. Of course, the most important thing was that with Lin Ling around, he couldn't kill him. However, just as the Duan lineage martial god's footsteps moved, Lin Ling's voice sounded, "Duan lineage martial god, how about a fight?" Now, it seems that the voices opposing me are getting smaller and smaller. Only a few of you martial god kings are left, and you seem to be one of them. Lin Ling, wanted to fight the Duan lineage martial god. Back then in the divine realm, Lin Ling was suppressed and beaten. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see if the Duan lineage martial god still had such ability. Me? The Duan lineage martial god stopped and said in a low voice. Hesitation appeared in his heart, because Lin Ling had already released stunning strength and defeated one expert after another. In addition, he had exchanged a move with Lin Ling. He knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. I don't object. After pondering for a moment, the Duan lineage martial god gritted his teeth and said, after saying this, his heart seemed to have been ruthlessly humiliated. But if he didn't object, Lin Ling didn't want to fight him? What a joke. Back then, the Duan lineage martial god had almost wanted to kill him. Lin Ling, I killed the last bloodline of your Duan family. You don't want revenge. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, don't go too far. That sentence was undoubtedly like a sword, ruthlessly stabbing into the Duan lineage martial god's heart. How could he not want revenge, even in his dreams? But today's Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. He was no longer a junior who could compete with Duan Wuhan, but a master who could compete with him. As the patriarch of the Duan clan, do you really not dare to fight in front of your enemy? Where is your courage? Where is the honor of your Duan clan? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. The entire Yellow Sea was filled with Lin Ling's voice. His voice was so loud that everyone's eardrums hurt. Now, they had finally witnessed Lin Ling's tyranny. It was true that he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he, Lin Ling, disdained to compete for the position of one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified to say this. Seeing Lin Ling constantly humiliating his Duan clan, the Duan lineage martial god was so angry that his face turned red. He almost lost control of his temper. He really wanted to fight with Lin Ling to the end. However, he had lived for thousands of years after all. He immediately knew that this was Lin Ling's provocation. Lin Ling could not wait to have a bloody battle with him, so that he could seize the opportunity to kill him, the Duan lineage martial god. I don't want to fight. Gritting his teeth, the Duan lineage martial god still refused to fight. After saying this, his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, but he did not seem to feel it, because Lin Ling was already aggressive, but the Duan lineage martial god still did not dare to fight. This was a great shame for the Duan lineage martial god and the Duan clan. This shame would also cover the Duan clan's head for thousands of years and be laughed at for thousands of years. When Lin Ling saw that the Duan lineage martial god had admitted defeat, he secretly admired him. This was because the Duan lineage martial god was indeed powerful to be able to give up his face and dignity to preserve his life. However, Lin Ling still did not intend to let him go. Since he could not find an excuse to attack, then he would attack by force. I just want to fight with you. Lin Ling held the tyrant song sword in his hand and swept out. A simple horizontal slash was slashed out. However, although it looked simple, it was mixed with 1,500 strands of divine power. The divine power was secondary. The truly terrifying thing was the fusion of the 3 divine embryos. Because these were all 5th-grade divine embryos. The human king, the thunder god, and the King Kong appeared behind Lin Ling, making Lin Ling seem like he was dominating the world. Heavenly Fate Wheel. Seeing Lin Ling's sword slashing over, the Duan lineage martial god was furious. This Lin Ling was indeed difficult to deal with. He activated the strongest Heavenly Fate Wheel and slapped out with his palm. The power was also terrifying. However, after confronting Lin Ling's 3 divine embryos, it was immediately cut apart. There was even a sharp sword radiance that cut off a strand of the Duan lineage martial god's hair. If the Duan lineage martial god had not dodged quickly, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being injured. The Duan lineage martial god kept retreating. His face was full of fear. After the collision, he realized that Lin Ling's strength was heaven-defying. He cannot fight. He absolutely cannot fight. Where do you think you're going? Lin Ling was awe-inspiring. He raised his sword and attacked. Everyone help me. The Duan lineage martial god could only ask the ancient martial god and the others for help. However, the ancient martial god's face was also pale. He did not dare to speak and was deeply afraid of being implicated. After all, back in the divine world, he had been arrogant in front of Lin Ling. Now, he was afraid that Lin Ling would settle the score. Bullshit, Duan lineage martial god. This is a disaster that you created. Go and solve it yourself. The ancient martial god shouted angrily. I have always thought that Lin Ling was very fair as the judge. Who would have thought that you would oppose him for your own selfish reasons? Ancient martial god, fuck you. The Duan lineage martial god could not help but curse when he heard this. This was because the ancient martial god had been on the same side as him. When he had opposed Lin Ling, the ancient martial god had shouted even louder than the Duan lineage martial god. Lin Ling, do you want me to help you? However, what made him even angrier was that the ancient martial god had not only refused to help, but he had also added insult to injury. Get lost. However, Lin Ling did not give the ancient martial god any face. He slashed his sword at the ancient martial god, causing the latter to dodge frantically. Fortunately, the sword was only a warning. Even so, the ancient martial god still hid far away, not daring to even breathe loudly. How arrogant! The crowd watched as Lin Ling chased after the Duan lineage martial god with his sword. They felt as if they were dreaming. They did not expect Lin Ling, who had always kept a low profile, to be so arrogant after unleashing his full strength. Martial god Qingning, help me. I did help you last time. The Duan lineage martial god was running for his life. However, when he realized that his life was in danger, he quickly asked martial god Qingning for help. Martial god Zizai, do you still remember the trip to One World Mountain? I fought alongside you and resisted the suction force of the volcano. We escaped from the whirlpool of the volcano together. Don't you remember our friendship? Chapter 4274. That's right, that's right. If the spirit kingdom dares to come, I'll be the first to fight. Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god hurriedly took advantage of the situation. He no longer had his usual domineering appearance. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. It was not that he thought that the Duan lineage martial god would be the first to fight against the spirit kingdom, but he suddenly remembered that the Duan lineage martial god seemed to be a person of a certain god. If he rashly killed him, then it would be difficult for Lei Gong to explain himself. Also, he would give the carefree sword martial god and the others some face. Duan lineage martial god, you're really lucky. However, the next time you meet me, you better run far away. Otherwise, I'll raise my sword and kill you. Putting away the tyrant song sword, Lin Ling coldly snorted. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. The Duan lineage martial god hurriedly nodded. How could he dare to provoke a madman like Lin Ling? Only Lin Ling could kill a martial god with a sword in the entire 9 prefectures void. I don't object, I don't object. Yes. Next, he raised his hand and said that he approved of Lin Ling being the referee. The other martial god kings also raised their hands one after another. At the beginning, Lin Ling was still considered gentle, challenging them one by one. However, when the battle became heated up, he even raised his sword and killed the martial god. Who would dare to object? Perhaps only the first and second place, Luli Empress and the others, had the qualifications to fight against Lin Ling. Since no one objects, then let's begin to redefine the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. However, I feel that after the 9 prefectures investiture, the 10 great martial gods are still a little lacking. Therefore, I suggest that the 10 great martial gods become the 12 great martial gods. Lin Ling landed on the ground and said as he walked, "Of course, this is only my suggestion. After all, I'm a person of a god, and it's not easy for me to interfere in the matters of the 9 prefectures void." 12 martial gods? So many? Hearing this, someone blinked in surprise. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stopped and looked over coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Although he didn't say a word, the old man was so scared that he raised his hand and laughed. Not a bad suggestion. 12 sounds better than 10. I agree. Everyone was speechless. Lin Ling had just finished saying that this was only a suggestion. Whether or not they agreed to this suggestion depended on everyone. However, the other person had only said a sentence out of curiosity. Lin Ling had immediately used his domineering strength to intimidate the other person into agreeing. I approve. Me too. Following that, many people said with flattering smiles, "Who would dare to resist?" What I hate the most is using force. Since everyone has agreed, It means that you all approve of my proposal. Now, let's begin to fight for the position of martial god." Linling nodded and walked toward the Godslayer Alliance. Hearing this, the bitter smiles on everyone's faces became even more pronounced. Wasn't this just using force? Even the four gods aren't as domineering as you. Following that, the fight for the position of martial god officially began. "Big brother, go ahead. Young Master Yao, you guys go all out too," Linling said to Sakura and the others. "Okay." Sakura and young Master Yao looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Now that Linling had built a fighting platform for them, they had to fight well. Rumble. Soon, a fierce battle broke out. Because there were two more positions of martial god, many people on the god list and Stairway to Heaven went up to compete. Linling looked at the battles calmly and nodded slightly. After the investiture of the gods, the strength of the entire 9 prefectures had increased greatly. In this way, they could fight against the Spirit Nation. However, the Spirit Nation couldn't be underestimated. With the indigo spiritual flower, they could cultivate a large number of experts. With the support of the Spirit Nation, given time, they would surpass the 9 prefectures sooner or later. Now, it's just the calm before the storm. Linling closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Now that he was at the level 9 martial god realm, he could make a breakthrough at any time. However, Linling didn't make a breakthrough. This was because breaking through a realm wasn't of much help. His goal was to break through the martial god realm and step into the deity realm. Therefore, he was more focused on comprehending the Bodhi-proof superpower. It's so comfortable. What is this feeling? The surrounding people were still watching the battle. However, at this moment, an incomparably comfortable feeling spread over their bodies, making them feel extremely relaxed. This made them look around, and suddenly, their gazes fell on Linling. It's Linling. The people finally realized something. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel like I'm close to him? Even the unrestrained sword martial god and the others were astounded. Their gazes toward Linling were filled with complicated emotions. Back when they were at the final world and the Kaiyuan River, Linling was like a junior. The unrestrained sword martial god and martial god Qingning had given Linling a hand when they noticed his outstanding talents and personality. However, they suddenly felt like they were looking up at Linling now. It was as if they were looking at a real god. It seems like Linling is the one who has made the biggest leap in the martial god realm. "Martial god," Qingning exclaimed while shaking his head. Linling was completely unaware of the complicated thoughts in the crowd's minds. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. On the contrary, wisps of the Bodhi light appeared in his soul, protecting it like a godly light. The Bodhi chants echoed openly too. This also made Linling feel his soul light up, as if he had seen something. It was the Patriarch Bodhi whom he had met by luck. In Linling's soul force, the illusion of Patriarch Subhoodie was also faintly discernible. However, Linling could sense that a powerful consciousness was carrying his soul, breaking through the endless void and arriving at a world of primordial chaos. It was suppressed above a mass of pitch-black clouds. This cloud of mist was very strange. It seemed to be pitch black, but upon closer inspection, it turned into an azure blue color. Gradually, it turned purple, red, and yellow. It seemed to be constantly changing. Furthermore, the clouds seemed to be still, giving off a peaceful feeling. However, there was a hint of a storm within the calm. What is this? Linling's soul power locked onto the cloud. But soon after, he noticed that there seemed to be a few huge consciousnesses around the mysterious cloud. They were also staring at the cloud. "You're here." Suddenly, one of the consciousnesses communicated with Linling. Rumble. However, as soon as the communication arrived, a powerful soul force rushed over and scattered Linling's soul force. When Linling woke up, he realized that he was still at the Yellow Sea. What happened? What powerful consciousnesses? If my soul force is 70,000, those consciousnesses must have reached 1,000,000. Linling was shocked. What happened just now felt like a dream, but everything felt so real. Chapter 4275. Shaking his head, Lin Ling couldn't think of anything else, so he simply ignored it. Then he glanced at the battle between the martial gods and realized that the battle was still intense. However, a few powerful martial artists had been born. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care much about the martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, when he sensed his soul power, he was surprised to find that his soul power had unknowingly reached 80,000 levels. It had increased by 10,000 levels. The speed of improvement is so crazy. Could it be that I encountered some kind of opportunity before? Lin Ling was delighted and immediately cultivated the Bodhi testimony divine technique again. However, this time, the effect was weak, and he couldn't find the same feeling as before. This also caused Lin Ling to give up on comprehending it. His helpless gaze fell on the battle between the martial gods. Lin Ling could see that his big brother and young demon lord were about to become the martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Although they were ranked at the bottom, at least it was a big improvement. As time passed, the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces were finally confirmed. Among them, young Master Yao and Big Brother were at the bottom of the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces. As for Black Crow Old Man's departure, this position was seized by a mysterious woman. Of course, although the other martial gods weren't defeated, their positions were still precarious. They could be surpassed at any time or even eliminated. This battle for the position of the martial gods of the 9 prefectures was finally over. It could be assumed that after tomorrow, the news would spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Let's go. Okay. Lin Ling stood up and pretended to announce the names of the martial gods, acting as a referee. Then, he led the members of the God-Slayer Alliance out of this realm. Dig a martial god, my new title. Impressive, ha ha ha. Ha. While walking, Indra and young demon lord were obviously very excited. After they became the strongest 12 martial gods in the 9 regions, they also had their own titles. Among them, Sakura gave himself the name of Digu Martial God. Although this name made Lin Ling feel that it was very unpleasant to hear, Sakura was very happy and never tired of it. As for the young demon lord, he used the name of the ancient demon tribe and called himself the ancient martial god. Looking at the God-Slayer Alliance, they were also in high spirits. This was because the God-Slayer Alliance now had 2 more true kings of the 9 provinces. This undoubtedly made the God-Slayer Alliance one of the top forces in the 9 provinces and showed signs of surpassing the new heavenly court. Like the Duan clan, there was no comparison at all. When they returned to the final world, the entire 9 provinces were in an uproar, because no one had expected that the 9 provinces would undergo a change after the gods returned to their positions. The 10 martial gods had become 12 martial gods. Of course, the battle in the Yellow Sea had also shaken the 9 prefectures. Among them, the domineering scene of Lin Ling killing the martial god with a sword was incessantly praised and admired by countless people. As for Duan Wuhan, who had become famous after being stepped on by Lin Ling, that would be a disgrace. It would cause the entire Duan family to lose face. Now, after the battle with the Yellow Sea, Lin Ling was in the limelight. He was even more terrifying than before. In many people's hearts, Lin Ling had already become an overlord. At this moment, in the Kaiyuan River, the 5 major clans had heard about Lin Ling from the cultivators who had entered the Kaiyuan River for training. They were all overjoyed because Lin Ling was their totem. Now that he had become the overlord of the 9 provinces, the 5 major clans naturally wouldn't dare to provoke him. In the Qing Prefecture and the Spirit Prefecture, the 3rd princess and Lin Ling's master had also heard the news. Naturally, they were proud of Lin Ling. Moreover, they had heard from others that there were a few overlords in the 9 provinces that they absolutely couldn't provoke. One of them was Lin Ling of the God-Slayer Alliance. This news undoubtedly made them very proud. Looking at Lin Ling, he didn't know that the moment he left the Yellow Sea, the news had already spread to the entire 9 provinces. He was still talking and laughing with Yu Yu and the others as they continued to move forward. Looking at the vast void in the distance, Lin Ling's heart was filled with emotions. He thought back to when he first came to the martial god world, the 9 provinces, and the final world. At that time, He was filled with curiosity and yearning for the vast void. In the following thousands of years, he had traveled through half of the void and explored it. He had swept through various forbidden lands and defeated countless experts. Now, unknowingly, he seemed to have become a towering figure in the void of the 9 provinces. Thinking of this, Lin Ling turned to look at Yu Yu and the others. When Yu Yu and the others noticed Lin Ling's gaze, they smiled. They also realized that thousands of years had passed without them noticing. It felt as if time had passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, we have also gone through a long period of time. Lin Ling held his wife's hands and said with a smile. Now, Lin Ling could be considered an old monster who had cultivated for almost 10,000 years. If he were in Wuxia, he would definitely scare many people to death. Yes, I used to hear people call us old monsters. But now we are also old monsters, Yu Yu said with a smile. And Yue and the others also burst into laughter when they heard her words. The term old monster did make people feel strange. If you call me old monsters, then you're also beautiful old monsters, Lin Ling said with a smile as he stroked each of his wives' faces. In the distance, the people of the Godslayer Alliance also retreated far away, not daring to disturb this warm scene. Hee, the big leader is so good. He has so many beautiful wives. Someone laughed. You are courting death. If the big leader hears you, he will skin you alive. Someone next to him slapped the back of that person's head, making him smile awkwardly and not dare to refute. Let's stay away from the big leader and not disturb him. Then, one of the leaders said indifferently. After that, the nearly 100,000 people of the Godslayer Alliance slowed down and let Lin Ling and the others go first. Now, Lin Ling's prestige in their hearts had reached the sky. No one was dissatisfied with this big leader. Lin Ling naturally noticed their little movements. He shook his head and smiled. Then, he led his wives forward again. To him, it was better that no one disturb him. He could accompany Yu Yu and the others to walk in the void. This was also the promise that Lin Ling had made to Yu Yu and the others back then. In the past, although Lin Ling had tried to take Yu Yu and the others to walk in the void, he had to be careful because he had many enemies. Now, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Unless the gods personally took action, only then could they suppress Lin Ling. However, the 4 great gods obviously would not take action against Lin Ling. If there was an enemy in the void of the 9 prefectures that could threaten Lin Ling, it might only be the Spirit Nation. Of course, this only represented the enemies that Lin Ling knew. For example, the Black Crow Old Man not long ago belonged to the type that Lin Ling did not know about. That was hard to say. Chapter 4276. At the very front, there was a gorgeous palace floating there. It was pulled by 49 snow heavenly horses. Although it didn't seem to be fast, it was very ostentatious because the palace was very gorgeous. There were a lot of enchantments on the surface, and those who were knowledgeable would know that the palace had a world of its own. It could become a world and change into any scene. Snow, summer, autumn, and even green mountains and clear waters. To create such a palace, the effort needed was definitely not small. Looking at the snow heavenly horses, it was said that they were the mounts of the snow god. They had the divine embryo jade bones and were snow spirits. They represented purity and infinity. Even in the entire 9 provinces, they were incomparably noble existences and priceless. Only a few big shots were qualified to ride them. However, to use 49 snow heavenly horses in one trip, this showed the owner's origin even more. This is Miao Shun's true inheritance, right? It should be a boundary god who passed through here. This place was very close to the final world, so there were a lot of martial artists nearby. When they saw the gorgeous scene, they were all shocked. The direction is wrong. Lead the way. At this time, the cold voice sounded again. Then, the lightning whip was swung out and landed on the bodies of the people leading the horses, causing them to tremble as if they were struck by lightning. After gritting their teeth, they didn't say anything and continued to lead the horses forward. What a bunch of bastards! The person who swung the whip was a young man wearing a gorgeous robe. He was actually a boundary master with an extremely high level. It's Jiao Tian. Someone recognized the boundary master and knew that he was a supreme golden rune boundary god. An exalted robed world spiritist with golden runes was a world spiritist capable of forging acquired divine artifacts. His status and identity were incomparably high. However, such a world spiritist was actually supervising the horse watchers. This was too strange. Could it be that there's a supreme dragon rune boundary god in that gorgeous palace? Someone suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "A supreme dragon rune boundary god who could forge innate divine tools obviously had a higher status. No wonder why it's so ostentatious." However, there aren't that many supreme dragon robes with Miao God's true teachings. I wonder which supreme dragon robe is inside the palace. That gorgeous palace, could it be the legendary Heavenly Snow Palace? If that's the case, then that person should be the great world deity Snow Zune. I remember that when this palace appeared 50 years ago, it shook the void of the 9 prefectures. Hey, look at the person pulling the horse. It looks like Princess Tian. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then someone pointed to the front in surprise. Princess Tian? The former spokesperson of Miao Shun's true inheritance? Many people were shocked and rubbed their eyes to look. Suddenly, they saw a woman in front of the snow Pegasus with a dozen people. She was leading a snow Pegasus forward. Looking at her, she looked a bit down, and her expression was incomparably gloomy. How pitiful. I didn't think that the mighty Princess Tian would end up like this. Someone sighed. Back then, Princess Tian represented Miao Shun's true inheritance in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, many people knew about her, and there were many who gave her face. But now, she had become a horse watcher. She was very down and out. Could it be that the legend from 50 years ago is true? After some people were surprised, a gloating smile appeared on their faces. It should be that matter. However, Princess Tian is also quite beautiful. Now that she's not as beautiful as she was back then, I wonder if I can buy her? It's possible. After all, after losing the bet, Princess Tian and the others all belong to the great world deity, Snow Zune. If we can move the great world deity Snow Zune, anything is possible. Hee, if I can press this bossy Princess Tian under me, how cool would that be? More and more people smiled and said. Their words could be said to be unscrupulous. These words were undoubtedly heard by Princess Tian, causing her to lower her head even more. Looking at the man called Jiao Tian in front of the palace, he sneered. Not only did he not stop them, he even allowed them to laugh at Princess Tian. It's her. In the distant void, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others over. After seeing Princess Tian, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Of course, he was more focused on the people beside Princess Tian, because there were more than 10 people beside Princess Tian. Among them, there was Xianxia, whom he had met once, and the white-clothed woman, great world deity Snow Tian. And this great world deity Snow Tian was also pulling the horse. It was completely different from the mysterious and noble person in the past. How could this be? Without a doubt, Lin Ling was very puzzled. Brother Ling, you have left for 100 years. Naturally, you don't know that 50 years ago, Tian Shui, great world god, also went to the divine realm. However, when she was trying to become a god, for some unknown reason, not only did she fail to become a god, she was even mysteriously sealed, causing all her forging skills to disappear. Yu Yu and the others had followed Lin Ling to God Miao's true inheritance, and they had seen Tian Shui, great world deity, before. Apotheosis failed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Most importantly, before world deity Tian Shui, great boundary deity, went to become a god, she made a bet with revered Snow to forge a divine weapon together. Whoever loses will become the other party's slave. However, world deity Tian Shui failed to become a god, causing her to lose in the end. That's why she ended up like this. It wouldn't be good for us to help Tian Shui, great world deity, and you are added from aside. It seems that this so-called revered Snow should have some grievances with world deity Tian Shui, great world deity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. Generally speaking, world spiritists who were both God Miao's true inheritance wouldn't force others into a dead end. Brother Ling, why don't we? Suddenly, Yu looked at Lin Ling with pleading eyes. Lin Ling, although Princess Tian has harmed you many times, I could sense that Princess Tian was very worried about you when you went to the Nine-Layer Mountain. Furthermore, world deity Tian Shui, great world deity, gave you divine spring water. So why don't you help them? And Yue added, that can't be. Princess Tian wanted me dead many times. She's worried about me. Furthermore, although world deity Tian Shui, great world deity, gave me divine spring water, I also gave her quite a bit of reward. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others in shock. Brother Ling, don't be so stingy. Yu immediately pulled Lin Ling's arm and said coquettishly, I'm scared of you guys. Since his wives all spoke, Lin Ling didn't want them to be unhappy. So, he brought Yu and the others and walked forward. At that moment, world deity Tian Shui, great world deity, was leading her horse forward with Princess Tian and the others. Naturally, she could sense the mocking gazes from all around. This caused her to bite her lips tightly. In the past, how glorious and awe-inspiring was she? In the entire 9 provinces, the number of people who didn't give her face could be counted with one's fingers. Chapter 4277. The treatment that was as different as heaven and earth was undoubtedly hard for her to accept, as she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. So, she couldn't understand why she failed to become a god. Forget about the failure. Why did her soul power and memory be sealed? Now that she had lost the bet with Shui Zun, she naturally knew that the skinny old man would not let her go. If she had not agreed before the bet that she would be a slave, but would not sell her everything, she would have to accompany the skinny old man. Thinking of accompanying the skinny old man, she even had the heart to die. After all, she and revered Snow were not on good terms from the beginning. We are both true disciples of God Miao. Why do we have to force each other to death? At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, the voice stopped in front of the palace. There were a total of 4 people, and they were fighting quietly. Naturally, they were imposing. They actually made the 49 snow horses stop in their tracks. They looked extremely obedient. The sudden change made Tian Shui, great boundary god, Princess Tian, and the others look up. There were 4 people standing in front of them. The leader was a handsome young man. He wore a blue and white robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked calm, but there was an aura of a superior. It's him. Tian Shui, great boundary god, quivered. Lin Ling. Princess Tian's eyes dilated. Almost at the same time, they had complicated thoughts in their minds. But more than that, they felt inferior and they felt ashamed. Because they didn't know why, they didn't want Lin Ling to see them in such dire straits. It's Lin Ling. Of course, not only them. Even Longya, who was next to them, looked pale, and his eyes were complicated. Back then, in Miao Shun's true inheritance, he had looked down on Lin Ling. He had thought Lin Ling was a crude barbarian, while he was a noble world spiritist. However, looking at it now, Lin Ling was clearly nobler than him, while he was only a horse driver. Lin Ling, you're here to laugh at us, right? If so, please laugh. Tian Shui, great boundary god, clenched her teeth and suddenly said, seeing someone blocking their way, the young man called Jiu Tian was originally unhappy. But after hearing what Tian Shui, great boundary god, said, he laughed. It turned out that he was here to laugh at them. Great, great. So he didn't stop Lin Ling. No, I'm here to help you. Lin Ling looked at Tian Shui, great boundary god, indifferently. We don't need your help. You can leave. Tian Shui, a world god, was once a supreme dragon inscription gown. How could he swallow his pride? Originally, I didn't plan to help, but my wife insisted. So, I had no choice but to help. Of course, if you think it's humiliating, you can repay me with something after it's over. That way, we won't owe each other anything. Lin Ling continued. His words made world deity Tian Shui clench her teeth, and she was at a loss for words, because Lin Ling didn't plan to help them. It was only a transaction. That way, Tian Shui, great boundary god, and the others felt that their dignity was preserved. Give me some face and let them go. How about it? Lin Ling looked at the gorgeous palace and said, "What? You're not here to laugh at them, but to save them? What kind of joke are you making?" The young man called Jiu Tian was stunned. Then, he said furiously, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to kill them?" He waved the whip in his hand as if he was giving an order. However, at the same time as he waved the whip, many boundary seals appeared. The snowy Pegasi's eyes turned red, and they seemed to go crazy. Obviously, the snowy Pegasi were controlled by the boundary seals. Now that the order was given, they immediately charged towards Lin Ling. The originally beautiful snowy Pegasi suddenly became malevolent and ferocious. They doubled in size and were incomparably ferocious. Oomph. Let's see if you're still alive. Once the boundary seals are released, unless it's a god, no one can stop the crazy snowy Pegasi. And the crazy snowy Pegasi, any martial god would have to avoid them. Jiu Tian sneered and revealed an expression of "You dare to spoil my good thing. You know how to write regret." Rumble. The crazy snowy Pegasi charged out from behind the palace. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. "Lin Ling, be careful," Princess Tian shouted anxiously. Although she saw that Lin Ling's strength was very strong last time in Heaven Pass City, the snowy Pegasi were no small matter. They possessed jade bones. The jade bones were a type of divine embryo. In addition, there were so many of them. Who in a martial god realm could stop them? However, Lin Ling didn't care about her shout. His eyes coldly looked forward. He didn't have any intention of retreating. This made people cry out in surprise. They thought that the young man was stupid. Stop! But at this moment, Lin Ling finally let out a stern shout. His voice was like thunder, forming an invisible aura that intimidated everyone. Everyone felt a strong gust of wind blowing against their faces, blowing their long hair, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Lululu. The snow Pegasus horses that were previously in a frenzy all raised their front hooves and stomped down heavily. Then they all stopped. The horses were breathing heavily, but the madness in their eyes had quietly disappeared. They revealed a look of reverence and obedience. When the snowy Pegasi was closest to Lin Ling, it was so close that Lin Ling could reach out and touch it. "You guys go back. Being trapped by someone, this is not a snowy Pegasi that yearns for freedom." Lin Ling gently stroked the horse. Under his words, the horse let out a neigh and then ran in another direction. Behind it, a large number of snowy Pegasi galloped in the void. From afar, it looked like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. It was very beautiful. "Where are you guys going? Get back here." Seeing the snowy Pegasi running away, Jiu Tian was furious. He kept casting barriers in an attempt to control the snowy Pegasi. However, there was no response. He could only watch as the snowy Pegasi ran further and further away before finally disappearing. How would he know that Lin Ling's shout earlier, which was mixed with a terrifying soul power, easily destroyed the sealing barrier in the snowy Pegasi's body? "You're courting death. You actually let my horse go." After Jiu Tian was furious, he immediately looked at Lin Ling. The whip in his hand fiercely lashed towards Lin Ling. However, it was easily received by Lin Ling. Moreover, in his palm, a strong force was reflected back, immediately causing Jiu Tian to vomit blood and retreat. Moreover, the whip in his hand also turned into powder. Originally, I wanted to see what I could use to buy Heavenly Snow, Great World God, and the others. However, it's a pity that you attacked me. With such a rude action, you only have two choices. 1, you die. 2, you live. However, I want to bring Heavenly Snow, Great World God, and the others away. Throwing away the powder in his hand, Lin Ling said indifferently, "What?" Jiu Tian's pupils dilated. He only lashed his whip once, and the blue-robed young man won his life. Chapter 4278. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? I, Jiu Tian, have lived for so long, and this is the first time I've met someone who wants my life with a whip. My life is right here. Let's see what qualifications you have to take it. Jiu Tian shouted coldly. Then, not only did he not want to give his life, he wanted to take the life of the blue-robed young man. Moreover, the ladies beside the blue-robed young man were very beautiful. Then, he would take them all and bring them back to be maids. Jiu Tian, don't be rude. However, at that moment, an old voice came from the palace that had been silent. Then, the voice said with dignity, "Little friend, if you really want to protect them, be careful not to take a wrong step. Thank you for your advice, but when I do things, right or wrong isn't important. What's important is whether I've decided to do it or not. Now, I've decided." Lin Ling looked at the luxurious palace and said calmly, "You want Jiu Tian's life to exchange for Tian Shui and the others? Do you think you're qualified to do it?" Silence. The palace was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice came again. "That's right, what qualifications do you have?" Silence. Jiu Tian, who had the support of the great world spirit god Shuizun, was also in high spirits as he pointed at Lin Ling and scolded. "Do you know who my teacher is? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death." Silence. "He's the supreme dragon mark robe of Miao Shun's true teachings." "Do you know what a dragon mark is?" "You country boy, you're a frog at the bottom of the well, ignorant." Silence. "In front of the supreme dragon mark robe, you're just a fart." Jiu Tian spat out his saliva. He was really humiliated by Lin Ling before. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Jiu Tian as if he was looking at a clown. However, his smile made people think that Lin Ling was afraid. After all, in front of the supreme dragon mark robe, as long as one had common sense, they would know that they couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, in front of the supreme dragon mark robe, you're just a fart, Jiu Tian said. However, at that moment, a large number of figures came from afar. Their auras were rolling, and they surrounded the void tightly. What happened? Many people no longer had the time to laugh at Lin Ling. They looked around in surprise. What terrified them was that this group of experts had monstrous strength. They were people who could shake the entire void of the 9 prefectures with a single move. It's the God-Slayer Alliance. When someone caught sight of the leader of the ancient demons, they finally reacted. Moreover, all the leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance have come. Heavens, this is a rare sight. The others also looked around, and when those mighty figures got closer and closer, their hearts skipped a beat. The God-Slayer Alliance was now a colossus in the 9 prefectures void. For the past 100 years, all the battles in the 9 prefectures void were related to them. Moreover, they had a lot of leaders. It was said that the number of leaders had reached more than 100. However, these leaders rarely gathered together. Being able to see all the leaders at once was a dream. God-Slayer Alliance. Jiu Tian's legs went soft, and he started to panic. Although the true disciples of God, Miao, had an unsurpassable status in the 9 prefectures, not everyone would give them face. The God-Slayer Alliance was one of them. Moreover, he had heard that the members of the God-Slayer Alliance were a bunch of lunatics. Moreover, their leader was rumored to be a follower of a deity. He was arrogant and had a strong background. Now, the entire God-Slayer Alliance had arrived. What were they going to do? For a moment, the scene was very quiet. People did not even dare to breathe loudly. They could only watch as the God-Slayer Alliance arrived. I am his qualification. After the people of God Miao's true disciples were tightly surrounded, a man walked out in a domineering manner. His qualification? Jiu Tian could not help but point at Lin Ling and then at the God-Slayer Alliance. He had no idea what the relationship between Lin Ling and the God-Slayer Alliance was. In his confusion, he subconsciously asked, You, who are you? Martial God Digu, one of the 12 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. The man said indifferently, The 12 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures? Aren't they the 10 great martial gods? Idiot, after yesterday's battle in the Yellow Sea, the number of martial gods has increased to 12. Your information is too outdated. Ah, then this martial god Digu is one of the 12 martial god kings. People exclaimed repeatedly. They had never imagined that they would be able to see such a legendary figure. I am the ancient martial god, one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. I am also his qualification. At this moment, young Master Yao also walked out and said indifferently, another one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. People's astonishment could be said to be one wave after another. I am the unrestrained sword martial god. I am also his qualification. However, another person walked out, causing people to explode with surprise. They looked at Jiu Tian again. He quietly stepped back, his hand holding the palace as his arm trembled. I am a martial god Qingning. I am also his qualification. I am a Yuan venerate martial god. I am also his qualification. Powerhouses walked out one after another. Each of them was a figure who could shake the 9 prefectures and had absolute authority in the void. And these people were actually the qualification of the blue-robed young man. Who was that young man? This is a misunderstanding. You are all his qualification. I don't know who he is. Jiu Tian's body continued to tremble, and he couldn't even stand steadily. That blue-robed young man was so arrogant because his connections were so strong. He really didn't know where he got the means to curry favor with so many powerhouses. However, he was a true disciple of God Miao and had countless treasures. If that young man could curry favor with these powerhouses, perhaps he could do the same. Jiu Tian's imagination ran wild, and he suddenly became excited. If he could curry favor with the Godslayer Alliance, TSK, just thinking about it made him feel impressive. Who would dare to provoke him in the 9 prefectures? Thinking of this, Jiu Tian looked at the crowd with excitement in his eyes. Who is he? He is our great leader. However, at this moment, Indra spoke again calmly. That's right, he is our great leader. Young Master Yao also nodded. It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether he is a great leader or a little leader, I feel that there is no such thing as hatred or love for no reason in this world. Sometimes benefits are the most important thing. Therefore, great leaders, let's talk about benefits. Jiu Tian spoke frankly with assurance. However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly blinked and even his nose was running. His nose also flowed out and hung for an inch. He said apprehensively, "He is the great leader?" Clearly, he had finally reacted and knew what a great leader represented. Yes. The Godslayer Alliance nodded in unison. The legendary great leader of your Godslayer Alliance? Jiu Tian asked again. If he hadn't held onto the palace, he would have already slid to the ground. Yes. The Godslayer Alliance nodded again. Bang! Chapter 4279. Damn it. The person he met was actually Lin Ling? Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. That was because the battle in the Yellow Sea that shook the entire 9 prefectures happened just yesterday. And today, they met this legendary character. He's Lin Ling. Wow, so young. TSK. So this is what the legendary character looks like. I wonder if he'll feel any pressure after leading so many experts from the God Extermination Alliance. I thought that meeting revered snow world deity today was already an extremely lucky thing. In the end, I even met the legendary son of Demon, Lin Ling. Following that, the crowd shouted excitedly. That was because it wasn't easy to meet a legendary character. Since when did Lin Ling become so famous? The clamor caused Tian Shui world deity to frown. She had been trapped all this while, so she didn't know that Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in midday. When she saw how excited the crowd was and how Jiu Tian was so scared that his nose was running, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Beside her, Princess Tian felt the same. When she met Lin Ling in Heaven Pass City previously, Lin Ling didn't seem to be welcomed. And now, he was extremely popular. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Senior Lin Ling, I'm your follower. Your battle, your steps, I've recorded everything. I've always admired you. Can you give me an autograph? It was so exaggerated that someone blushed and asked. However, this request was stopped by the people from the God Extermination Alliance. Furthermore, if there weren't people from the God Extermination Alliance here, this place would have been in chaos. You're Lin Ling? In the palace that had been silent all this while, a cry of surprise sounded. It was revered snow world deity. Then, the palace was opened and a skinny old man rushed out. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling would appear for Xianxia world deity. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He could also feel that the old man's soul force was not weak. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually know Lin Ling. The old man suddenly clenched his teeth and did not dare to say anything to Lin Ling. Instead, he looked at Xianxia furiously. It could be seen that the grudge between him and great universe god Xianxia was not small, especially when he saw that great universe god Xianxia knew a big shot like Lin Ling. He was extremely jealous. Senior Snow, I know you're angry, but the angrier you are, the happier I am. Seeing that, Xianxia, great world deity, suddenly smiled and felt indescribably carefree. She had never imagined that one day she would actually use Lin Ling to suppress her opponent. Fine. I admit that I underestimated you. However, if you want to leave and I don't agree, no one can plead for you. The old man humphed coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling without restraint. His meaning was obvious. I won't let him go. What can you do? Don't tell me you dare to provoke God Miao's true disciple. You really don't want face. Seeing that, Lin Ling sneered. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Jiutian. Swoosh! A sword mark appeared on Jiutian's neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything and died, killed with one slash. Moreover, he killed God Miao's true disciple's golden rune, supreme robe, right in front of them. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Senior Snow obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He contradicted me. I said before that I must kill him. Lin Ling held his sword and said coldly, You're too overbearing. He only waved his whip at you, and you actually killed him. Do you really think you're a god? Senior Snow was even more furious. However, he also knew that a great character like Lin Ling was temperamental. He didn't need any excuse to take someone's life. After all, experts all had dignity. How could an expert be provoked by an ant? So, Senior Snow clenched his teeth and said, Let me tell you, you killed my disciple. I will not let Heavenly Snow, great world boundary god, and the others go. Moreover, just you wait. I will inform our purple rune supreme robe about this. He will definitely report this to Lei Gong and punish you. There was only one purple rune supreme robe in the entire 9 provinces. He was the strongest world boundary master in God Miao's true disciples. Even the 4 gods had to give him face. However, would Lin Ling be afraid of the purple rune supreme robe? Very good. With your threat, this is equivalent to provoking me. Then, as the price, I will take Heavenly Snow, great world boundary god, and the others away. Lin Ling sneered and said in a domineering manner. Lin Ling's words shocked everyone. Lin Ling wanted to take Xuezun away unconditionally just because of a threat from Xuezun. This was indeed domineering and unreasonable. In your dreams, do you think I'm an idiot? Senior Snow was clearly angered silly. He thought that he was already very domineering. However, compared to Lin Ling was the one who was truly domineering and unreasonable. Scolding me? Another crime. However, who knew that Lin Ling's smile became even more brilliant, and he slashed with his sword. Great heavenly horn. Senior Snow's expression changed when he saw that. A purple conch appeared in his hand, and he waved it in the air. The sound of a tsunami could be heard, and endless seawater gushed out from the conch shell. This was the water from the divine realm. One must know that the pressure from the divine realm was very great. The strength of the powerful warriors in the 9 provinces would be suppressed in the divine realm. Thus, the water from the divine realm was naturally no small matter. To some ordinary martial artists, even a drop of this liquid was a rare heavenly treasure. Xiao. However, Lin Ling's sword did not stop, splitting the water and breaking the sea. It slashed on the purple conch shell, and the shell exploded Ah, the wrinkles on Senior Snow's old face increased, and he let out a strange cry. He did not care about the treasure and immediately rushed into the palace. Lin Ling, you're dead. You're dead. Today, not only will I not let them go, when I return, I will send all of them to hell and let them suffer the 9 times 9 law calamity. Ha ha! Originally, they were just humiliated. They did not have to suffer such calamity. It's all because of you. After hiding in the palace, Senior Snow let out a crazy voice. This Senior World Spirit God Snow is crazy. Everyone was shocked by Senior Snow's attitude. How was he a Senior World Spirit God? He was simply a crazy old man. Clang! Lin Ling's face was expressionless, but the sword in his hand continued to slash out, landing on the magnificent palace. There were only rumbling sounds, but the palace remained unscathed. One must know that Lin Ling's sword could easily slash through 10,000 realms. From this, one could see how powerful the flying snow palace was. So hard, Sakura and the others were shocked. They then attacked one after another and bombarded the palace. Rumble. Chapter 4280. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling, aren't you very capable? Why are you so helpless? Come and touch me. Damn it, if you can't break my flying snow palace, you Lin Ling should just go home and plant sweet potatoes. Why bother being a trial taker, great leader? Don't you want to take Sky, Snow, great world deity, and the others away? Try taking them away. Let me tell you, as long as they leave my range of 1,000 miles, they will all die. I have planted an enslavement enchantment in their bodies. In this world, other than me, no one can break it. Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will be merciful enough to give you one person. Shuezun's arrogant voice could be heard from the palace. He was even more pleased with himself. Haha, this palace is great. Where I am now is a land of peach blossoms. With a pot of wine and the fragrance of peach blossoms, life is so happy. Above the palace, a layer of 5-color clouds floated out and formed a portrait. A short and skinny old man was strolling in a peach blossom forest with a cup of wine in his hand. His face was full of enjoyment, and his face was calm and relaxed. How arrogant! Seeing this, young Monster Master and the others were furious. Shuezun was obviously using the palace's defense to be arrogant in front of them. Then, they couldn't help but attack with all their might. However, under their full strength, the palace still didn't move. Instead, a leisurely poem came out from the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. It was Shuezun's voice. This old man was extremely arrogant. This made young Monster Master and the others work even harder. However, in the end, they were all exhausted, but the palace still didn't fall. So powerful. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Looking at the palace again, Shuezun's voice floated out again. Moreover, it was still the same poem. This old man would probably only know this poem once in his life. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. Young Monster Master and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. Ever since their God-Slayer alliance established themselves in the 9 states, they had never suffered such a great loss. Again, Sakura activated the divine embryo and erupted with all his strength. Big brother, there's no need. However, Lin Ling stopped them. Second brother, are you going to let him be so arrogant? If we can't even deal with an old man today, our God-Slayer alliance will become a laughingstock. Sakura said unwillingly. Brother Ling, if we don't deal with that palace, Princess Tian and the others won't be able to escape. You also thought that Lin Ling was going to give up. Ordinary realm essence and divine power are useless against the palace, because the palace can push the boat with the current. At least 80% of the attacks were pushed away by the divine water and disappeared into the distance. The palace only withstood 20% of the attacks, and with its powerful defense, the 20% of the attacks were naturally blocked by the divine water. It's no longer working. Lin Ling patted Yu Yu's hand and explained. It's too heaven-defying. However, is there really no other way? Sakura said angrily. He saw that the peach blossom poem was still coming out of the palace. Damn it. When will that old man stop being so arrogant? That's not necessarily true. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled mysteriously and walked forward slowly. Previously, in the Kingdom of Eternity, he had opened 2 divine inheritance treasures consecutively, and one of them had the supreme path. This was the path of forging from the Age of Gods. Lin Ling had been studying it for a while, and with the help of Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he was now very familiar with it. Therefore, Lin Ling could see through the enchantment of the Flying Snow Palace at a glance. It had to be said that this treasure's forging method came from the Age of Gods. In the current 9 states, there were probably no more than 3 people who could forge such a treasure. Its grade had reached the 10th grade of innate divine artifact. Furthermore, if some enchantments were added, its grade would definitely exceed that of a divine artifact. Although my strength has increased by leaps and bounds, there are still many people with strange abilities in the Age of Gods. Although their strength isn't high, their methods are extraordinary. Therefore, sometimes, unless you have twice the strength, you still can't be invincible. As Lin Ling walked forward, he thought to himself. After a while, he stopped not far away from the palace. However, the poem was still coming out of the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches as wine money. Looking at revered snow, this old man was drinking wine and looking up at the sky, revealing an expression of loneliness when he was invincible. This was arrogance to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and his powerful soul power spread out. He had 2 ways to break it. First, the step of wisdom. Once this move was used, the palace would lose its power in a short period of time and would be completely sealed. Second, break the enchantments and break the palace. Lin Ling obviously chose the second method because he was very interested in the palace. If his grandfather and the others used it, no one below the martial god realm would be able to break it. From Lin Ling's body, an auspicious wind spread out. It was his soul power. Wherever the spiritual strength passed, the space that had been shattered by the powerful attack was quietly recovering. Moreover, the people in the distance felt an incomparably comfortable feeling, causing them to feel drowsy, as if they could not wait to sleep here forever. Looking at Lin Ling again at this moment, he was gently waving his hands. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's movements were very light and even seemed like he was waving his hands. However, everything was so pleasing to the eye, as if he had merged with the void. No one knew that in a short period of time, Lin Ling had already waved out 1 trillion enchantments. With his soul power and the most high paths enchantments, he could indeed do this. One must know that not only was Lin Ling studying enchantments, but even Li Xiaoyao in his previous life was also studying enchantments. His foundation was incomparably solid. One enchantment after another fell on the palace, causing it to tremble slightly. However, compared to the attacks of Sakura and the others, the tremors were undoubtedly very weak. Therefore, no one noticed it at all. Time passed quietly just like that. What's second brother doing? The people of the Godslayer Alliance were confused. Yu Yu and the others also frowned. However, at this moment, Lin Ling began to walk toward the palace. Then, he reached out his hand and actually opened the door of the palace. What the fuck? The people in the distance were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. After all, they also knew that treasures had the power to recognize their owners, especially powerful treasures like the palace. Unless the owner agreed, ordinary people couldn't touch the treasures. But now, Lin Ling actually opened the door of the palace, and it was as if he was opening his own door. Chapter 4281. Bang! All of a sudden, a fist came and smashed Reverend Shue's wine pot. Reverend Shue was shocked. He turned his head and saw a fist that smashed his nose. He fell to the ground and looked as if he had seen a ghost. How did you get in? He looked like he was scared out of his wits. The blue-robed man was standing in front of him with one hand behind his back and a smile on his face. He was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Of course I walked in." Honored Shui almost fainted. He knew that Lin Ling walked in, but how did Lin Ling walk in? Why didn't the palace stop Lin Ling? This palace belongs to me. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shui's dumbfounded look. He looked around the palace and nodded in satisfaction. Bullshit. Hearing this, the snow-honored cultivator was infuriated. This palace was the result of his lifetime of hard work and treasures. Bang! Unfortunately, facing Lin Ling, Honored Shui had no choice but to accept. Lin Ling had already kicked him hard in the face, breaking his teeth. Peach blossoms? I like plum blossoms. Plum blossoms are prouder. Lin Ling looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. As he spoke, the peach blossoms around him started to wither. The winter snow came, and the plum blossoms bloomed. They were not afraid of winter. How did you control my flying snow, Lian Heavenly Palace? Revered Snow roared in shock because the peach blossom withered and the plum blossom blossomed. This already proved that Lin Ling could truly control the flying snow Lian Heavenly Palace. Flying Snow Palace? It doesn't sound nice. Let's call it Snow Palace. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shui. He touched his chin and walked out of the palace without waiting for Honored Shui's resistance. Bang! When Honored Shui was thrown out, everyone was shocked. Honored Shui was so arrogant. He drank wine, enjoyed the peach blossoms, and recited poems. Now, he was beaten like a dog and thrown out of the palace. The difference in treatment made everyone laugh. Go on. Why aren't you reading anymore? Sakura and the rest laughed loudly as they rubbed their hands and walked towards Revered Snow step by step. That sneer undoubtedly scared Revered Snow. He said nervously, "You can't touch me. I'm the dragon-patterned revered robe of Miao Shun's true inheritance." After that, he suddenly thought of something and immediately roared complacently. "Lin Ling, if you dare to touch me, I will make Tian Shui great world deity and the others die." Haha, try touching me. Obviously, he thought of the enslavement spirit formation in Tian Shui great world deity's body. Big brother, beat him like a dog. However, Lin Ling sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. "You're crazy. Fine. You want to fight to the death? I'll fight you to the death." Revered Snow was hysterical. He controlled the enslavement barrier and wanted Tian Shui great world deity and the others to die in front of him. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. He activated the barrier and pointed at Tian Shui world deity. He was also looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's regretful expression. However, Tian Shui world deity stood afar, safe and sound. She even blinked her eyes and looked at him. What's going on? Die, die, die. Why isn't there any effect? Revered Snow was tongue-tied. His snot was also hanging out. It was an inch long. How would he know that when Sakura and the rest were attacking the palace, Lin Ling was already breaking the enslavement spirit formation? With his level, it was naturally not difficult for him. Weren't there peach blossoms before? Why aren't there any peach blossoms? When Revered Snow's snot was hanging out, there were already many figures in front of him. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were rubbing their fists. "I'll let you have peach blossoms." Sakura took the lead and kicked Revered Snow's nose until it bled. Then everyone surrounded and beat Revered Snow until the old man cried out in pain. "Lin Ling, thank you." Tian Shui, great world deity, looked at Lin Ling gratefully. "It's just a small matter." Lin Ling waved his hand casually. After pondering for a while, he suddenly pointed at Tian Shui, great world deity. When he did that, Tian Shui, great world deity, was shocked. However, when she thought about how Lin Ling really wanted to harm her, there was no need for him to help her. Hence, she did not resist. Almost at the same time, Tian Shui, great world deity, felt a splitting headache. A mysterious power surged into her body. It was so domineering that it destroyed everything, causing her to groan. Seeing that, Princess Tian and the rest were worried. Longya suddenly gritted his teeth. Lin Ling, that's enough. Previously, I was still thanking you for saving us. So, you are actually the same as revered Snow. Both of you want to humiliate our teacher. It's just that you want to humiliate her personally. Longya. However, just as Lin Ling finished his words, Tian Shui, great world deity, recovered. She looked at Lin Ling with a red face. After pondering for a while, she immediately bowed towards Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling had used his soul power to forcefully recover her soul power. Although she did not recover to her peak, she had recovered at least 40% of her soul power. Most importantly, Lin Ling had left behind many profound spirit-forging techniques in her soul. Such forging techniques did not exist in the entire land of the 9 provinces. Lin Ling had obviously given her hope to live on. No matter. It's fate that we met. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Then, he brought Yu and the rest and left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Tian Shui, great world deity's heart was filled with excitement. In the end, she bowed again. After experiencing Lin Ling's pointers, from a certain perspective, Lin Ling could be considered half of her teacher. Furthermore, Lin Ling had saved her, and she had yet to repay him. Now, she owed Lin Ling another favor. Teach her this. Longya was still confused. He couldn't help but look at Tian Shui, great world deity, and ask. He could be considered half of my teacher now. Tian Shui, great world deity, sighed and explained the entire matter. Longya was so frightened that the corner of his mouth trembled. Then, he looked at the back of the departing figure and bowed deeply, because he knew very well that if his teacher recovered her soul power, she would definitely become a world deity again. Everything that she had lost before would be regained. So powerful. He actually used his soul power to open Master's sealed soul power. Furthermore, he used his soul power to impart skills. Lin Ling's soul power has most likely reached a very high limit. Princess Tian also looked afar with admiration. Then, she said curiously, Teacher, he used his soul power to touch your spirit. Wasn't this a form of spiritual communication? I've heard that soul communication is even more profound than body communication. Hearing that, Tian Shui, great world deity's face turned red. Previously, when Lin Ling used a tyrannical method to charge into her body, it was indeed very painful. However, after that, it was an indescribable feeling of joy. She never would have thought that the first time she had such a feeling in her life would actually be from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest back to the final world. Then, a palace appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he placed it in the courtyard. Furthermore, he imparted the method to control the palace to Yu and the rest with his soul power. With that, unless a god brought them here, grandfather and the rest would be safe and sound even if they were to hide in the palace. After doing that, Lin Ling looked to the sky and finally opened the road to seeing gods. Giant Ghost, we should go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Chapter 4282. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at Lei Gong's hall. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Lei Gong personally came out to welcome him. Beside him were the divine generals and divine paladins. Lin Ling, you're back. Xianxia saw Lin Ling from afar and immediately smiled. I'm back. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and walked towards Lei Gong. Lei Gong sized up Lin Ling and suddenly felt that Lin Ling's strength seemed to have improved again. However, he wasn't too sure and said, Currently, the other gods are all here. You're the only one left. Yes, because the other gods have been waiting for you for a long time. They also asked Lord Lei Gong to inform you to come back. However, Lord Lei Gong refused and said that you will definitely return in a month's time. Therefore, the other gods could only wait helplessly. Xianxia said. He was very clear that if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, the other trial takers would have already acted out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods. Therefore, even if those impatient people were in a bad mood, they wouldn't dare to do anything. The purpose of this trip to the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace is to find the records of the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace. There are records of the world wills there. Therefore, we hope to find a new world we'll host. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he knew that the world wills were Xiaoluan, the one imprisoned by the Dragon Clan, and the one he found in the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace. In addition to the great god of Spirit Kingdom, there were a total of 4 world wills. However, there were 10 world wills. This meant that there were still 6 world wills. 6 world wills had yet to surface. That record was incomparably crucial. Are you ready? If you are, then let's set off. After Lei Gong gave his instructions, he said to Lin Ling, during this trip, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xianxia. How about it? Okay. Lin Ling nodded. Immediately, everyone flew into the distance. After an unknown period of time, they stopped. To Lin Ling's surprise, the place where they gathered was actually an ancient void. There were a large number of broken ruins, fragments of continents, and rotting buildings floating everywhere. A large number of figures were standing on top of these shattered fragments. Some were sitting cross-legged, while others were looking at their swords. Lei Gong is here. Suddenly, someone said faintly, causing the eyes of everyone in the void to light up. An ancient aura quietly permeated the air. This kind of momentum naturally had no effect on Lin Ling, but he was still secretly shocked by the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the 4 great gods. This was because some of the people who appeared here this time had not appeared at Lei Gong's place. So this is Lin Ling. You're quite arrogant. We've been waiting for 10 days. A cold voice drifted over, causing Lin Ling to look over. He saw a one-eyed, burly man wearing a black robe with a cape behind him. He was not weak at all. Lin Ling wondered which god he was. Everyone is here. Let's get ready to move. At this time, a voice also came over. On a broken island, a large green ox stood there, while an old man rode on top of it. He was none other than the Kirishin. Behind him were 2 people, Little South and Yoga. These 2 were obviously the people who were going to the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace this time. Get ready to move. The Titanic Crescent God and Eugene also came out one after another. They were the strongest people who competed for the spots last time. These experts were no match for Lin Ling, who was competing for first place. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know why, but he felt that these people were different from last time. On the surface, however, Lin Ling couldn't detect any difference. Open the teleportation array and go straight to the 7th floor. At this moment, the god of thunder spoke in a dignified voice. He then transmitted a message to Lin Ling. Last time in the Eight Gods' Celestial Palace, the 4 gods finally reached the 7th floor. However, they did not complete the journey. This time, if you have the chance, rush to the 8th floor. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder and found that the latter was even more excited. 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling had been there many times. Last time, he reached the 5th floor. As for the 6th floor, Li Xiaoyao had been there before. As for the 7th floor, he had never been there before. However, Lin Ling had a map, so the 7th floor shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ling. Rumble. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about it, a huge teleportation portal appeared in the void, and billowing energy emanated from it. Lin Ling, this trip won't be simple. You must be careful. Be careful, Xianxia whispered as he and Lin Ling walked side by side. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Ling nodded. Although he sensed that Xianxia's strength hadn't recovered, he guessed that Lei Gong must have given him a life-saving treasure. Big brother Lin Ling, wait for me. Yes. In the distance, Nyogu and Little South also ran over. They had chosen to walk with Lin Ling. After all, they had fought side by side with Lin Ling in the God Realm. They believed in Lin Ling's character. With this, Lin Ling had 4 people on his side. Apart from Xianxia, who was weaker, Little South and Nyogu were not to be underestimated. This made the other 6 people's eyes light up. Soon, the 10 of them arrived at the teleportation array. Looking at the brilliant light flowing around them, their expressions were complicated. Apart from Lin Ling, The others more or less knew about the danger of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, they had to be wary of the Spirit Nation. In the previous trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, the 4 gods had encountered the people of the Spirit Nation. Bang! Bang! After an unknown period of time, when the light of the teleportation array reached its limit, a ray of dazzling light bloomed. Then it finally shrunk. By the time they reacted, the teleportation array had disappeared. Inside the teleportation array, the 10 of them seemed to have traversed through the river of time. It seemed like an eternity, but it also seemed like an instant. After a long time, when they opened their eyes, a wild aura filled the air. The air was stuffy, so stuffy that it made them feel like they were about to explode. Looking carefully, there was an ancient forest in front of them. The trees were tall and towered into the clouds. In the air, there were whirlpools formed by air currents that kept spinning. It was very surprising. This is the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 10 of them appeared on top of a hill. Compared to the forest in the distance, they were as small as ants. It was as if they had come to the most ancient world. Although it wasn't their first time here, they roughly knew everything about the 7th level from the experts who came here last time. However, after seeing the 7th level with their own eyes, they were still shocked. Chapter 4283. The Ancient Era. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Why are we here? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. They were standing on a giant skeleton. It was unknown whether it was the skeleton of an elephant or some other kind of skeleton. This skeleton was incomparably huge. If one did not look carefully, they would have thought they were standing on a mountain. After that, everyone dispersed. After all, standing on top of a giant bone would make anyone unhappy. This skeleton is a little extraordinary. But just as they left, someone stared at the skeleton with shining eyes. The skeleton was very ancient, but it was as clear as jade. Moreover, one could faintly see divine light emanating from it. Last time, a trial challenger obtained many divine bones on the 7th floor. After leaving, he exchanged them for many treasures. Could this be that kind of divine bone? I heard that this kind of divine bone is countless years old. It's a treasure even older than the era of the gods. Someone's eyes burned with desire. It's mine, but someone else took the initiative to attack. Following that, the 2 people fought to the death, each of their moves fatal. It could be seen that in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, there were no restraints from the 4 gods. Everyone was unrestrained. Rumble. The 2 people's attacks were extremely powerful, but when they landed on the surrounding ancient trees, they only caused them to sway a little. Pucci. In the end, one person was seriously injured and spat out blood. The divine bone was taken by the other person. You've got guts. That person coldly snorted and left with his tail between his legs. He hid in the distance, not daring to be arrogant anymore. What an idiot. There are so many divine bones on the 7th floor. Why bother snatching them? At this time, a one-eyed, burly man laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Xianxia, you trash actually have a face to come here. What a waste of food. Since you're going to die here sooner or later, why don't I send you on your way? After the burly man laughed, he walked towards Lin Ling. Without looking into the distance, he stretched out his hand and said, Bone, come. A black shadow shot out and landed in the hand of the expert who had obtained the divine bone before, sucking it over. With the divine bone in hand, countless shadows appeared around the burly man, forming a powerful force that smashed towards Xianxia. This sudden turn of events stunned Saint Guyi, Little South, and the others were also very surprised. But at the critical moment, a sword appeared in front of Saint Guyi and blocked the bone with a boom. The one who appeared before Saint Guyi was Lin Ling. Now, he had also fused his innate talent to the first stage, because he could tell that this tall and sturdy man wasn't weak at all, and he didn't seem like the person who competed for the slot last time. Lin Ling. The one-eyed man maintained his posture of smashing the bone down, but he also grinned. Your target is me, right? Why do you need to find excuses? Lin Ling said coldly with his giant sword in front of him. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why the man had suddenly gone crazy and attacked Xianxia the moment he entered. However, he soon guessed that the attack on Xianxia was fake, and the attack on Linling was real. "My name is Giant Shadow." The one-eyed man was still smiling, but his smile had turned colder, and his single eye had turned pitch black. A large number of shadows appeared behind him, and the shadows of the ancient trees and hills in the distance were all sucked in like ink into the man's back, increasing his strength. A sixth-grade divine fetus. Linling instantly sensed the man's innate talent. Moreover, he was able to absorb the power of the shadows of heaven and earth. But where did this person come from? Why have I never seen him before? The others were also shocked. They couldn't understand how the one-eyed man had become so strong. Only Linling pondered for a moment and finally had a guess. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Black Crow Old Man was also like this. His body wasn't strong, but his methods were powerful. Thinking about it, this man called Giant Shadow was the same as Black Crow Old Man. He was a god from the divine realm who borrowed the body of another to revive. However, he didn't have any enmity with Giant Shadow. Could it be Lily Empress? Or Titanic Crescent God? In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Linling's mind. However, at this time, the power in front of him became stronger. The power of divinity had reached almost 2,000 strands. Very strong. If Giant Shadow was a trial taker, his strength would be at the level of a new god. However, it was obvious that his identity was a divine general, so he couldn't be a trial taker. Boom! Seeing this, Linling's body exploded with a powerful aura. Stage 2 Innate Talent Fusion. Get lost. Stage 2 Innate Talent had 1,500 strands of power of divinity. In addition to the terrifying divine fetus and realm essence, it immediately pushed Giant Shadow back. However, when he looked at Giant Shadow again, he still had a maniacal smile on his face. There was no trace of fear. Ka ka ka. On the contrary, the huge divine bone let out a crisp sound. Then cracks appeared on it, and finally it exploded. Boom! Countless broken bones shot to the ground, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Ha ha ha! The one-eyed man turned into a shadow and floated back, standing on the ground and laughing loudly. So strong. Everyone stared at the laughing one-eyed man, and the respect in their eyes became even stronger. After all, they knew how strong Linling was. However, who would have thought that Giant Shadow, who didn't reveal his true strength, would be able to fight against Linling? Giant Shadow, I told you that Linling is not simple, but you didn't believe me. At this time, a man not far away spoke. This man was very short and thin, and he stood there wearing a large armor. He gave off a very strange feeling. It's Xianxia. As for the man, everyone naturally recognized him. He was a trial taker of the Titanic Crescent God. However, he was usually very ordinary and didn't stand out. Hee, dragon, he is indeed very strong. Giant Shadow smiled and nodded, then walked towards the short armored man. One tall and one short, one thin and one strong. It was a very attractive combination. The short man had his hands behind his back, and he was still looking at Linling with a strange light in his eyes. He didn't speak for a while, but for some reason, an invisible aura quietly spread out from his body. This aura was very terrifying, and it sounded like a roar, but no sound could be heard. It was extremely strange. How did Xianxia become so strong? Noticing this, the people were even more surprised. Linling, did you feel it? Giant Ghost, who was on Linling's shoulder, asked softly. I felt it, but I wasn't sure at first. Now I'm a bit sure. Linling nodded, but the surprise in his heart was even stronger. He wasn't surprised by the strength of the other party. After all, Linling was confident that he could kill the other party in one move if he used his full strength. Instead, he was surprised to meet such a divine embryo body. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded. The short man was still standing, but his head changed, and it turned into a dragon head. Dragon. Chapter 4284. Linling, you're a mixed bloodline. Don't tell me you don't plan to bow when you meet the pure bloodline of this dragon. At that moment, Xianxia finally spoke. Dragon. That's right. He was a member of the Dragon Clan, the purest bloodline of the Dragon God. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth also cracked. He had sensed it long ago. The dragon race also had a hierarchy. Back then, the ghost dragon god he encountered in the Rainbow World was a lowly existence among the dragon race. As for the elder he encountered in the Kaiyuan River, he was the most orthodox dragon god. He could unify the entire dragon race. Lin Ling also sensed the purest bloodline of the dragon god from the short man in front of him. Although Lin Ling had the purest bloodline of the Dragon Clan, he was only a member of the Dragon Clan and not a dragon god. Are all dragon gods this small? You're not even as tall as me, and you have to raise your head to look at me. You should be the one bowing. All right. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and said with a smile. He looked at Xiao with contempt. Hearing that, Xiao also smiled, but his smile was very hideous. Because he was not tall, he indeed had to look up at Lin Ling. However, as the Dragon Clan's crown prince, how could he suffer such humiliation? Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, just as he was about to unleash his full strength, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the forest. It grew louder and gradually became deafening. What's happening? It feels like it's moving very fast. Everyone frowned and looked at the ancient forest far away. They saw groups of black shadows flying out from the mountain-like trees. They were mighty, and everywhere they passed, it was as if life was plunged into misery and suffering. Chirp, chirp. A huge cicada the size of a cow flew out from a huge tree, but it let out a panicked cry. However, it was quickly drowned by the black shadows. With a smack, a cicada shell fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. The cicada had been sucked clean. Moreover, more and more huge insects flew out from the huge tree. Some escaped the devouring of the black shadows, while others did not. However, without exception, as long as they were entangled by the black shadows, they could not escape death. Whoosh! Everyone was still standing where they were, watching the rhinoceros-sized insect fly over their heads. They were all dumbfounded. Little South, St. Guy, hurry up and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also cried out anxiously. From the giant ghost's introduction, he knew that those were world mosquitoes, and they were incredibly terrifying existences. Back in the age of the gods, even the gods would have to retreat. However, these world mosquitoes rarely gathered in swarms, and if hundreds of them gathered together, the gods would not be able to do anything. If he was afraid, he would grab them and use them to forge treasures. But now, there were more than just a few hundred of them. There were millions of them. Go! Little South had trained with Lin Ling before. She knew that if Lin Ling sounded anxious, things would be troublesome. Therefore, she took St. Guy and fled as fast as they could. The others were still in a daze. But when one of them was completely devoured, they finally reacted and quickly chased in the direction of the Little South. The person who had been devoured was the one who had been injured while fighting for the divine bone. Look, Lin Ling and the others haven't left yet. As they fled, they looked back at the same time. They saw that outside the ancient forest, 3 figures were still standing there. They were like the peak of Mount Tai, unmoving, and they were Lin Ling, Xiao, and the giant shadow. This also shocked the crowd at Lin Ling and the others' courage. They were not afraid of those terrifying mosquitoes. Wong, wong, wong. The ferocious mosquito cloud spread out, devouring everything. However, the 3 of them were still as steady as Mount Tai in the storm. Outside their bodies, powerful auras burst forth, repelling all the world mosquitoes that rushed over. Wong, wong, wong. And they had already lost their sense of the world. They could only hear the endless buzzing of mosquitoes in their minds. Lin Ling, come and fight. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Xiao attacked, transforming into a black dragon god. He opened his mouth wide and roared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart thumped. His body exploded, and he transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling already had the ability to transform into a dragon. It was just that he was more used to fighting in his human form. In the billowing sea of world mosquitoes, the 2 dragons roared. It was as if they were playing with pearls, as if they were fighting for supremacy. Rumble. They overturned rivers and seas, sending all the world mosquitoes around them flying. It was terrifying. This Lin Ling is indeed very strong. The giant shadow had a serious expression. All along, he had thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO. No matter how famous he was among the four great gods, he did not care about him. But now, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. After all, not many among the four great gods could go head-to-head with Xiao Air. This title of new god is well-deserved. Finally, the giant shadow nodded. Rumble. And Lin Ling and Xiao Air's dragon battle gradually turned from dragon form to human form. Like giants, they fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Air, go all out. Lin Ling, go all out. For a moment, Xiao Air was suppressed by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had too many tricks up his sleeve. Other than the second stage of fusion, he also had the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, 8,000 great heavenly flames, and the fourth stage of the Luai's true form, 1 thunder, 2 flashes. And this was Lin Ling's strength without using the step of wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling had been suppressing his trump card, which was the third stage of fusion, because this was reserved for Luli Empress. Look, those mosquitoes aren't rushing over. They're all surrounding Lin Ling and the rest. Far away, a little south, and the rest stopped and looked at the battle in shock, because the intensity of this battle was not inferior to the battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And in the ancient forest, more and more world mosquitoes appeared, blotting out the sky. Lin Ling, you have to go because the number of world mosquitoes has reached 10 billion. If you stay any longer, you'll be in danger. At this moment, the giant ghost on Lin Ling's shoulder reminded him, because these are greedy mosquitoes that have been infected by the will of the 8 gods. They're stronger than ordinary world mosquitoes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrannical song in his hand clashed with Xiao Air a few more times. He had no intention of leaving. Looking at the giant shadow again, he had been standing there all this time, but after seeing the rumbling mosquito swarm, he was clearly panicking. Dragon, I'll take my leave first. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a huge shadow and flowed along the ground like water, rushing out of the mosquito swarm. Even so, he was still swallowed up quite a bit. Specks of white light appeared in his shadow. Damn, why are these mosquitoes getting crazier? This also made the giant shadow curse angrily. As for Xiao Air, he was like an injured wolf. He floated in the air and looked angrily at Lin Ling. This was because he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand in the previous clash. Instead, he had been suppressed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, a branch dragon, humiliated him, the dragon god crown prince. In his opinion, Lin Ling was offending his superior. Chapter 4285. Bastard, why isn't this Lin Ling afraid? Could it be that he wants to die with me? I just came out from the dragon clan. I wanted to change the era and raise the prestige of the dragon clan, but who knew that the first opponent I met, Lin Ling, would make me lose face? I can't lose to him. Xiao Air kept roaring in his heart, but in the end, he was afraid. He transformed into his dragon form and chased after the giant shadow. This escape undoubtedly left him with a huge shame, and it was also a shame that could not be erased. Stupid dragon. Seeing that Xiao Air had escaped, Lin Ling also sneered. Then, he did not plan to stay any longer and rushed forward crazily. However, the mosquito swarm had become incomparably huge. Even if they were very fast, it would take a lot of time to rush out of the mosquito swarm. On the distant land, Little South and the others were standing on giant trees. They used their magical powers and stared at the shocking dark clouds in the distance. Look, the giant shadow is rushing out. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw a large shadow appear in the direction of their gaze. It then transformed into a person and immediately fled in a certain direction. This person was obviously the giant shadow. Behind him was Xiao Air. At this moment, although he had transformed into a dragon, his face was anxious and panicked, and he looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Xiao would lose to Lin Ling. Someone immediately sighed. He knew that in the confrontation between Xiao and Lin Ling, Xiao had escaped first. However, Lin Ling is very likely to be dead. Someone else spoke. This made Little South and the others frown. They also stared into the distance. Almost at the same time, a monster finally rushed out from a distance. Its back was full of gorgeous tentacles, but its body was full of clanking potholes. It was bitten by the world mosquitoes. He was Lin Ling. Seeing this, Little South and the others clenched their fists in excitement. The others were terrified because they could not stay in the ferocious mosquito swarm for 15 minutes. However, not only did Lin Ling stay for an hour, he was still alive. However, just as Lin Ling was about to rush out of the mosquito swarm, a sudden change occurred. A woman in a black robe strangely appeared in front of Lin Ling. At the same time, she stretched out her palm and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. On her palm, a dazzling light wave appeared. She had gathered 2,000 strands of divine power. Normally, this level of divine power would not be able to hurt Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was now that he was escaping from the world mosquitoes' encirclement. The situation was very urgent. "It's her, Yin Wire." When Little South saw the woman, he was shocked. That was because the woman was a trial taker from Eugene. Her strength was also ordinary. Like Juing, she did not reveal her strength. However, at that moment, she could erupt with 2,000 strands of divine power. That was too terrifying. Something's not right. The people who entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time do not seem to be the same people from before. Beside him, Nyoga frowned. Previously, it was Ju Ing and Xiao. Now it was Nian Wire. Everything was strange. "Lin Ling, I'm sorry." At that moment, the woman floated in the air and said expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, her palm released a huge light wave that blasted toward Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling stopped rushing forward. He looked at the woman coldly and said, "Why? You don't need to know the reason." However, the woman shook her head. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She looked as if she was doing something very normal. "Do you know that doing this will get you killed?" Lin Ling said coldly, allowing the mosquito swarm behind him to engulf him. "Ha ha ha." Unfortunately, the woman roared with laughter. She seemed to be a delicate woman, yet her laughter was filled with heroic spirit. Of course, it carried a wisp of ridicule and disdain, because as far as she was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die if he was drowned by the swarm of mosquitoes. "Kill me? What a joke." Buzz, buzz. She did not even look behind her. However, everything was as she had guessed. The huge mosquito swarm had completely engulfed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had to fight against the woman's divine power. This short period of time was enough for the world mosquitoes to arrive. "Brother Lin Ling." In the distance, Little South and the others shouted anxiously. However, just as Lin Ling was about to be engulfed, they saw Lin Ling say to them, "Go." What he meant was that he wanted them to leave first. "Brother Lin Ling." Little South's eyes were moist. However, he still followed Lin Ling's instructions and left with Shengyi and the others. At this moment, the huge shadow and Xiao appeared not far away. They looked at the mosquito swarm that was engulfed and their pupils constricted. In their eyes, the huge mosquito swarm was like a divine beast that opened its huge mouth and engulfed the heavens and the earth. These world mosquitoes, if placed in the land of the 9 states, would be engulfed by them. Unless the 4 great deities take action, who can subdue them? The huge shadow said anxiously. Xiao sneered. Instead, he looked at Nian Wire, who flew back, and said indifferently, "This woman is so ruthless. She attacked at the crucial moment and took Lin Ling's life." It seems that father was right. No matter what era it is, strength is everything. However, sometimes schemes can be used to defeat the strong, turning defeat into victory. "Let's go." Then, the two did not stay any longer and ran into the distance. At this moment, in the terrifying cloud of world mosquitoes, a figure kept retreating. The densely packed world mosquitoes flooded over at the same time. Lin Ling, you must rush out of the world mosquitoes immediately, because the world mosquitoes will emit sound waves that will interfere with your direction. If you are trapped inside, unless you are completely engulfed, you will never be able to get out. The huge ghost's voice sounded among the buzzing of mosquitoes, with a hint of anxiety. However, Lin Ling had already shot down from the sky and landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Mere world mosquitoes want to hurt me, Lin Ling." After he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying soul power erupted. It was like an endless wave that surged out in all directions. Crash! Wherever the soul power passed, a large number of world mosquitoes' soul power was forcefully shattered and fell to the ground like rain. This guy, the huge ghost, witnessed this scene with its own eyes and was tongue-tied. It was obvious that Lin Ling's current strength had long exceeded its imagination. The 4,000 years of bitter cultivation back then was not in vain. Until now, Lin Ling had dominated the void of the 9 states. However, he had never used his full strength because there was no opponent that could make him use his full strength. Step of wisdom, Lin Ling said softly. Like a brilliant heavenly power, a huge soul circle appeared around his body and protected him firmly. When the world mosquitoes came close, they were all sealed, or they were forcefully shocked to death. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The direction he was heading in was obviously another direction. Chapter 4286. If Xiao Air and the giant shadow were here, they would definitely be scared pale. This was because Lin Ling clearly did not use his full strength in the battle with them. In fact, he did not even use 70% of his strength. As for Nian Wire, if she saw Lin Ling walking in the world mosquito cloud like it was his backyard, she would definitely regret her previous actions, because that move of his had completely destroyed her path of survival. As time passed, the nearby world mosquito no longer dared to approach Lin Ling. They treated Lin Ling as a dead object and avoided him. Then, they turned into an ocean and flew into the distance. After a long time, Lin Ling's figure appeared on the ground. He put away the stare of wisdom and looked into the distance. Next, he took out the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lei Gong told me to protect St. Guy. However, with Little South and Nyogu around, St. Guy should not be in any danger. After all, their target is me. On the contrary, St. Guy will be in danger if he follows me. Now, I'll follow the map to find the records. All right, the giant ghost, you're here. Did you notice something on the 7th level? Yes. Lin Ling looked at the map and said to the giant ghost on his shoulder, "I can sense that evil ghost is here too." Yes. The giant ghost floated up and looked into the distance. Then he said word by word, "This is interesting." Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he revealed an expectant smile. Looking at the map in his hand, he realized that the map recorded that after passing through the ancient forest, they would reach another area. That seemed to be another core area of the 7th level. The central area was drawn in blood on the map, indicating the importance of this area. Last time, the 4 gods allowed people to enter the 7th level. However, they did not explore the entire area. Therefore, it is not certain that no one has been to the central area. After all, on the map, there is an underground palace on the other side. I think they went to that underground palace last time. Lin Ling guessed. Lin Ling, I have a feeling that Evil Ghost and the rest have gone to the 8th level. The giant ghost sensed and said, "Also, it has sensed my arrival. Then let's go to the central area." Lin Ling immediately moved in the direction indicated on the map. Crash! This ancient forest was very large. Lin Ling felt as if he was an ant as he walked. The ground was covered with fallen leaves the size of boats. Below these leaves, one could faintly see divine bones that were as white as jade. There are a lot of divine bones. Let's collect them first. Lin Ling summoned the evil ghost jellyfish and continuously moved the divine bones hidden underground. Soon after, his harvest also increased. In the end, He carried a huge elephant leg bone and majestically moved forward. However, the further they went, the quieter it became, and not even the sound of insects could be heard. This caused Lin Ling to feel a wisp of uneasiness. Lin Ling, something's not right. The giant ghost seemed to have sensed something as well, and its voice turned grave. Lin Ling nodded. This feeling is very oppressive, and even with my strength, I can feel it. I'm afraid there's an extremely terrifying existence in the depths. Why don't we leave this forest? The giant ghost immediately suggested. However, Lin Ling shook his head. This forest is very large, and we've been walking for a long time. If we leave now, we'll waste a lot of time. Let's continue moving forward. Lin Ling immediately activated the second stage of the fusion talent and wrapped his soul power around his body as he carefully moved forward. As he walked deeper, Lin Ling's heart felt even more oppressed. He felt as if he had returned to ancient times. Everything around him was so grand and ancient, and he felt so small. Suddenly, cries came from the front. These cries were very strange and made one's scalp tingle. Not good. There's a mysterious force coming. Lin Ling stopped and frowned. After hearing the cries, he didn't know why, but a wave of sadness rose in his heart. This sadness was like a tide, spreading to Lin Ling's entire soul. However, Lin Ling's soul power was too strong, so he only felt slightly uncomfortable and didn't feel any discomfort at all. Bodhi-proof divine technique. Lin Ling immediately recited the technique, and the Bodhi light appeared in his dantian, illuminating it and expelling the side effects of the cries. Let's continue moving forward. After a while, Lin Ling continued moving forward. Woo woo woo. The more he moved forward, the louder the cries became. In the end, he could faintly see shadows floating among the mountain-like ancient trees. Woo woo woo. Moreover, a shadow was shooting toward Lin Ling, and its speed had reached 100,000 world speed. Even among the four great gods, there were very few who could match such speed. Whoosh! A huge claw swept toward Lin Ling, and its strength was also terrifying. It had no physical strength, no world essence, and no divine energy, but it had the power of the divine steps. Clang! Lin Ling's expression changed, and he swept out the divine bone in his hand. However, when it collided with the claw, the divine bone instantly shattered, and a terrifying force pushed Lin Ling back, shocking him. One had to know that he had fused his innate talent to the second stage, and his world essence, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached new heights. However, he was still sent flying, which showed how powerful the mysterious thing was. Boom! Boom! Many mountain-like ancient trees were pierced through by Lin Ling. Finally, Lin Ling stopped the terrifying momentum. Then he looked down at his arm and saw that there were claw marks on it. A gray energy seemed to corrode his arm. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling was shocked again. Lin Ling, this is bad. More and more shadows are coming. At this time, the giant ghost's voice rang out. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaning against a huge tree. The tree had a huge hole, so Lin Ling looked outside and saw that the gray shadows were like ghosts, shuttling back and forth, flying toward Lin Ling. Woo-woo! The scalp-numbing cries were getting louder and louder. It's grief. At this time, the giant ghost suddenly thought of something and shouted in a serious tone. What's grief? Lin Ling also noticed that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. One of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, the immature form of grief. The giant ghost said word by word. If the giant ghost was one of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, then these strange shadows were also one of them, representing grief. I'll help you. Help! Then, the giant ghost no longer hid its strength, and a wave of terrifying malice rushed into the sky, directly crushing the tree hole. Whoosh! Chapter 4287. Could it be that the old man looked like one of the 8 gods? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the giant ghost again, only to see the giant ghost floating there, staring at the shadows. It was stunned and very excited. However, the shadows, which had just been sent flying, were now rushing over with the speed of 100,000 worlds. Leave this place. Leave. Linling knew that he could not fight against those shadows. The most important thing was to leave this place. He saw a huge claw reaching for the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost was still in a daze, as if it had seen its master. Giant ghost, leave, Linling shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, the giant ghost was still indifferent. Seeing that the giant ghost was about to be in danger, Linling's eyes narrowed. Finally, a low voice sounded for the first time in the 9 prefectures void. Third stage. Leave. Boom. 7 different forces rushed into the sky. The 7 divine embryos collided violently, destroying the ancient trees in a radius of 10,000 miles. If one looked from afar, they could see 7 different colored lights illuminating the world. Swoosh! In the open space, a figure stood up like an ancient god. Almost at the same time, the shadow's claw appeared in front of the giant ghost. Xiao! However, a hand quickly appeared on the giant ghost's neck. It grabbed it by the neck and disappeared. With a rumble, the claw swept across and cut open the ground. However, the giant ghost was already gone. Linling, leave! The giant ghost finally reacted. It turned its head in disbelief and saw a man holding its neck and flying forward with a cold expression. His speed had reached the terrifying speed of 150,000 worlds. Linling, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Leave. The giant ghost's voice trembled. After all, this was the first time Linling had used the 3rd stage innate talent fusion in the 9 prefectures void. Therefore, it was also the first time it had seen it. However, what shocked the giant ghost was that Linling didn't change at all after the 3rd stage of talent fusion. There were no flames or lightning, and there were no tentacles behind him. However, the more ordinary Linling was, the more terrifying he was. No, his clothes have turned gray. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the power, or perhaps it was due to some other reason. But the giant ghost discovered that Linling's blue robe had already turned gray. God, gray-robed Linling? The giant ghost had a feeling that in the current 9 states, other than the people it did not know, only the 4 great gods could suppress Linling. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Linling crazily rushed forward, the shadow behind him was also hot on his heels. Rumble! Linling opened up a path in front and directly crashed into the huge ancient trees, creating a huge hole in the huge trees. Because the huge trees were too big, it was a waste of time to go around the huge trees. However, this time, just as Linling broke through the giant tree, a cry sounded from the tree hole. Soon after, a huge claw swept towards him. Clang! Linling was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The shadow was swept away by Linling's sword. This sword also shocked the giant ghost because this was the most powerful Linling it had seen since it met Linling. After sweeping away the shadow, Linling's expression was still cold because he sensed that the shadow was not injured at all. Moreover, there was more than one shadow that represented grief. If he was entangled, even Linling would have a hard time. Whoosh! Without stopping, Linling rushed towards the ancient forest as if he had traveled through time and space. This rush crossed mountains and ridges as if Quafu was chasing the sun. If this was the 9 provinces, with this speed, 2 hours would be enough to cover the entire north region. However, this ancient forest was still not the end. The time is getting shorter and shorter. Linling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he also let out a low voice. What time? The giant ghost was still being held by Linling by the neck like a little chick, but it also let out a suspicious voice. The time for the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. Linling finally turned to look at the giant ghost and said word by word, "At most, I can last for 3 more incense sticks of time." Linling clearly did not have complete control over the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. It consumed too much soul force. Moreover, If not for the fact that his soul force was stronger than when he was in the kingdom of eternity, he would have already lost the fusion state. 3 incense sticks of time. The giant ghost's expression also turned ugly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time quietly passed. 3 incense sticks of time quietly approached. Lin Ling's figure began to change. His aura receded like a tide, causing the giant ghost to panic. Are we going to die here? Lin Ling was still flying, but he also felt that his strength was constantly draining. His 150,000 world speed continued to weaken. Instead, a large number of cries came from behind him. Those shadows were getting closer and closer. I thought that after my return, apart from the 4 gods, I would be invincible. Who knew that I would lose my life in an ancient forest? Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said when he sensed the approaching shadows. Only now did he realize that he had been too confident in the past. Lin Ling there. Suddenly, the giant ghost pointed ahead and said. The originally flat ground began to turn into a cliff. Moreover, the rumbling sound of water gradually came, deafening. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn. His desire to live grew stronger and stronger. Where he looked, he could vaguely see a black waterfall. The mysterious black liquid smashed down from the sky. It was very majestic. However, Lin Ling's speed had become very slow. On the contrary, the shadows behind him were getting closer and closer. Jump into the waterfall, and you still have a chance to live. Lin Ling, quick, quick, quick. Life and death were on the line, so the giant ghost's voice became more and more anxious. Quick, quick, quick. Lin Ling also roared. But at this time, 3 shadows came from behind, 3 claws sweeping out. Lin Ling. The giant ghost couldn't help but angrily shout, his voice full of worry. Step of wisdom. But at this time, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He released the last bit of his soul force. After using it, Lin Ling felt a splitting headache. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling could only feel 3 powerful attacks landing on his body, but they also sent him flying forward. Finally, he flew off the cliff and was submerged by the black waterfall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In his ears, there was only a deafening sound. Then, Lin Ling fell unconscious. In the crazy waves, the giant ghost held Lin Ling's clothes in its mouth, not letting Lin Ling sink to the bottom. Then, they drifted with the waves. This waterfall was very, very high. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell into the water. Then, he was pushed by the current and gradually reached the shore. Oh, after a long time, on the shore, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was the sound of rushing water. He couldn't help but look back. He saw himself lying on the shore, the pitch-black water flowing forward like a river yu-yu. I made it. Chapter 4288. Haha, we made it. Lin Ling lifted the giant ghost up and laughed heartily. Only he knew how dangerous the situation was. If he had been a second slower, he and the giant ghost would have died here. Right, what are those things? Why are they so strong? Lin Ling asked curiously. One of the wills of the 8 gods, the will of sorrow. However, it did not become a will, but a mournful thought. If it had become a will, it would have been one of the giant ghosts. The giant ghost looked up at the endless waterfall and said with a nostalgic look in its eyes, "But these mournful wills are really strong. Is it because they have been in the 8 gods' heavenly palace for a long time?" Lin Ling asked. The giant ghost nodded. It should be. The mournful wills can grow stronger with time, and they have no consciousness. Therefore, they are stronger than me and the evil ghost. Lin Ling was secretly cautious. The 8 gods had 8 faces. Now that evil, and sorrow had appeared, who knew what they would encounter next? If they were all as strong as the mournful wills, Lin Ling had already planned to leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After all, he could only dodge their attacks with all his strength. He could not fight them at all. However, we seem to have rushed out of the ancient forest. The red central area is getting closer and closer. Lin Ling took out the map and checked it. He smiled and recovered. After a long time, when Lin Ling recovered, he checked his body and found that his soul force had improved. His cultivation had reached the limit of breaking through at any time. 9th level Martial God Realm. One more step, and I will be at the peak of the Martial God Realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists. He brought the giant ghost with him and continued on his journey. Looking into the distance, this was no longer an ancient forest but a barren hill. The ground was littered with boulders, which were as large as mountains, and filled with an ancient aura. Rumble. At this time, a mammoth as tall as the clouds was striding across the distance. Its size exceeded what Lin Ling had seen before. The divine elephant enslaved by the Ling nation in the divine world could not compare to this mammoth. Could these be collected by the 8 gods in the ancient times? Yes. Look at that ancient turtle. It is also huge. Ah, is that a turtle? I thought it was one of your islands. However, these enormous ancient divine beasts seem to be very peaceful and have no hostility. Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked as they passed one hill after another. They were getting closer and closer to the red area. But at that moment, rumbling sounds came from ahead. The entire sky lit up and then it darkened. It was as if there was a great battle in the distance, and that battle was extremely intense. Someone? Lin Ling was taken aback, and guesses immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be someone from the Spirit Nation? Immediately, Lin Ling sneaked over as well. Then, he stood at the foot of a hill and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a vast grassland. A large number of people were gathered there, and an intense battle was taking place. Looking carefully, they seemed to be divided into 3 camps. One of the camps was led by a woman, and they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, other than that woman, the others were all tall and slender, and their arms reached to their knees. It was very strange. Looking at the other camp, they were dressed in black armor, and their bodies were hidden in the armor. They were led by a young man. The people in these 2 camps had a common characteristic, and that was that their skin was very dark. What a strange person. He is not from the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Lin Ling, did you notice that the people leading the 2 camps have unfathomable power suppressed in their bodies? However, for some reason, that power seems to be sealed, so they cannot use it. The giant ghost beside him said. After being reminded by the giant ghost, Lin Ling also began to investigate. He found that the hidden jie-qi in their bodies was indeed unfathomable, and they seemed to be experts of the deity realm. However, at least 60% of that power was sealed, so it was only the strength of the peak martial god realm. Fight! Fight! While Lin Ling was observing, the young man had already taken the initiative to attack. He held a huge ball in his hand. The ball was bound by chains and was 2 meters wide. It was huge, but it was extremely light in his hand. Boom! Like an iron ball, the huge ball smashed down, and the sky immediately darkened, then became bright again. That kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. That person's strength is not weak. He is even stronger than Xiao Air. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. After all, if it was Xiao Air, Lin Ling could defeat him with a second fusion. But to defeat the person from before, it was a little difficult. Under the young man's attack, the people he brought also attacked. They rode on the huge black armored horses, making some unknown sounds, and rushed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the person they besieged was not weak either. His body was hazy with wind and rain, making it impossible for people to see his appearance. However, with a point of his finger, the wind and rain blew, making it difficult for the huge black armored horses to get close. What a familiar feeling, giant ghost. Don't you feel that the power that those people are using seems to have been seen somewhere before? Lin Ling stared at the huge black armored horses and frowned. I have the same feeling, and what they said seems to have heard it before. The giant ghost nodded. Then the 2 of them looked at each other, and their eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wasn't that the sound of the underworld cavalry rushing out when Lin Ling opened the Underworld World Massacre Order? Could it be that those were people from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were both shocked. So they are people from the underworld. No wonder that whoosh, 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 whoosh is so familiar. The giant ghost nodded in realization. Why did the underworld also come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Could it be that there is something in the 8 gods' heavenly palace that they want? Lin Ling pondered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be for the 8 gods' record? The 8 gods' record recorded the new world will host body into the underworld. Only this kind of treasure could attract them. What is the relationship between the world will and the underworld? Lin Ling really did not understand the purpose of the underworld, but his eyes stared at the person shrouded in wind and rain and suddenly smiled. That is treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. He never thought that treasure god Nanwu Fengyu would appear here. Go help him. Immediately, Lin Ling did not hesitate and rushed forward. At this moment, the sky was filled with wind and rain, sealing off a part of the world, looking very domineering. No matter how the black armored horses rushed over, they could not get close to the world. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This person is so strong. Who is it? The young man attacked for a long time without success, and finally faced the mysterious person directly. Chapter 4289. Soul Sealer of the Underworld, you are useless. At this moment, the woman who had been watching from the side said disdainfully. Then, she signaled with her eyes, and the experts behind her attacked treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Rumble. Powerful nether energy came and drowned everything. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. However, after the dark clouds passed, the world ahead was still stormy. Within it, the old man's figure could be vaguely seen, and he was still unharmed. Nanwu, you're useless too. In my opinion, we should work together. Seeing this, the young man sneered. He didn't waste any more words. A token appeared in his hand, and he muttered something. Rumble. Behind him, an ancient bronze door appeared silently. Then it slowly opened, and wisps of dense nether chi continuously gushed out. This time you're still not dead. The sneer on the young man's face deepened. Almost at the same time, the underworld cavalry finally charged out of the huge bronze gate behind him. They were majestic and tall. If one were to look carefully, they would only be able to see that they were wearing black armor. There was no one to be seen. These Netherriders were obviously real Netherriders. Underworld Massacre Order. It seems like you're really from the underworld. Seeing this, an old voice finally sounded from the world of wind and rain. It seemed to have confirmed something. So what if you know? Old man die. The young man didn't care about treasure god Nanwu Fengyu at all. He waved his hand, and countless Netherriders charged into the world of wind and rain. In his opinion, once the Underworld Massacre Order was issued, the old man would definitely die. The Underworld Massacre Order was so terrifying that even the martial god of Duan lineage had to avoid it. It was indeed terrifying. However, he was facing treasure god Nanwu Fengyu, a real god. Humph! An extremely dignified cold snort was heard, and the world that was swaying in the wind and rain suddenly turned into a violent gale. Swoosh! The seemingly simple raindrops became as sharp as arrows under the fierce wind, and they were mixed with the power of the gods. When they landed on the bodies of the Netherworld cavalry that were charging over, they destroyed everything as easily as breaking through dry weeds. Dang! Dang! The black Netherriders were all pierced and turned into dust. However, what was surprising was that these underworld cavalry seemed to be souls. After their armor was destroyed, they still couldn't see the person wearing the armor. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld cavalry that had charged out of the Bronze Gate had been completely annihilated. Looks like I've underestimated you. You must be a god. Seeing this, the young man did not reveal a panicked expression. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone, because he was very clear that the underworld cavalry that rushed out of the Bronze Gate was different from the underworld cavalry that he brought out. The underworld cavalry that came out of the gate had a might that did not fear anything. World essence and divine energy could not harm them. Only the divine steps could. In the current Zhuzhou Void, there were very few people who possessed the power of the steps of the gods, unless they were gods. Since you know, why aren't you running? In the sky, the wind and rain dissipated, revealing treasure god Nanwu Fengyu with his hands behind his back. Old man, if my power had not been sealed, you might not be my match. The young man sneered without any fear. At the same time, he stretched out his finger and shook it as he said, although you are very powerful, you can't kill me. The only one who can kill me is Lord Underworld God. Once I find a new body, my strength will be unsealed again. At that time, you'll be able to kill me. When that time comes, you will know how powerful I am. Is that so? Treasure God, Nanwu Fengyu nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the other side and smiled. There is a decent body over there. Why don't you try to seize it? He was pointing at Lin Ling, who was charging over. Obviously, with his strength, he had already sensed Lin Ling's arrival and was surprised that Lin Ling, this brat, had come here. Hearing this, the young man looked in Lin Ling's direction. Then his eyes lit up and he rubbed his chin to size him up. A decent body. You're a level 9 martial god and can contain a lot of my power. Moreover, you have a divine fetus and your level is not low. Haha, this body is not bad. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with powerful realm essence, and nether chi surged out. Brat, I want your body. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will fulfill them for you. In the young man's opinion, Lin Ling's body already belonged to him. The soul sealer of the underworld is quite lucky to have found a decent body as soon as he arrived. The woman in the distance said with jealousy. She knew that people from the underworld like them had to seize a human's body if they wanted to display their strength. The stronger the body, the more strength they could display. The underworld chi surged toward Lin Ling like a cloud, trying to occupy Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling smirked when he saw the young man's attack. To be honest, if the young man could unleash his full strength, Lin Ling would have no choice but to use the third stage innate talent fusion. Unfortunately, the young man could not use much strength at the moment. He estimated that he could only use 40% of his strength. Already, seize my body. Lin Ling used the second stage innate talent fusion and lunged forward. It was as if they were going to fight head-on. His action undoubtedly shocked the woman in the distance. She wondered if Lin Ling had lost his mind. The young man was startled. Then, he laughed wildly. You must be tired of living. Instead of running away, you chose to fight me head-on. The dark cloud that he had transformed into quickly engulfed Lin Ling. However, just as he was about to devour Lin Ling's body, a sacred and ancient power suddenly suppressed him. It was like the power of a god, and it actually sealed all of his dark cloud. Steps of the gods. The young man was stunned. How could a random person have the steps of the gods? He, who was sealed by the steps of wisdom, lost the ability to resist. Although he was in the dense underworld cloud, a sword quickly slashed toward him and struck his body. Then, a figure was sent flying and smashed into the grassland like a cannonball. Boom! The entire prairie shook, and the experts of the underworld were all shocked. The woman in the distance was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. The underworld soul sealer, he was sent flying? And by a nameless human brat? This guy really doesn't give face. Only treasure god Nanwu Fengyu was not surprised. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak. Even he would need to use 60% of his strength to defeat Lin Ling. Rumble.